We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. This ain't entertainment. This is an invention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said.
Yeah, truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, this real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, after streets, after case, yeah. I seen talent die for Instagram stare. YNs chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles in name. Quarter zip weather, modern legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it's safe. Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Yeah. OG talk, put a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets ain't hate, it's level spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focus kings. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focus kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Truth over lies. Truth over lies.
We see through the disguise. They keep us distracted while the world's on a fire.
Truth over lies.
Global games ain't playing. If we don't stay focused, we'll never get our land. They talk world peace, while they loading the weapons. Same script, different villains, same global direction. US pointing fingers that is well on screen, but the real war invisible, messing with minds of the people we seen. They say pick a side, red or blue, while the money ink keep printing and the truth stay. You black folks caught in the middle of a chessboard play. Entertainment distractions keep us arguing all day. They don't want unity, they want noise. They don't want leaders, they want angry boys. Scrolling, debating, beefing online. While rapper per Asian get better in the headline.
Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we'll keep falling for the rules.
Truth over lies.
Same empire, new face, distracted people. Never win the race. They weaponize conflict, divide the globe.
Sanction, invasion, money controls. But tell black America to stay entertained. While generational path never got reclaimed. Reparations ain't charity, it's a debt. Stolen labor, stolen land, don't forget. They want us beefing over nonsense and cloud. While the real conversation never comes out. Peace ain't possible without truth involved. You can heal a wound you refuse to resolve. So we stand locked in, eyes wide open. No distractions, we decoding what's spoken. Focus, they want us blind, unfocused, focus. Way too young to be hopeless. No more smoke screens, no more circus shows. Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we keep falling for the rules. Same empire, new face, the distracted people. Never win a race. Mr. Walker, truth over lies. World politics, black focus, no distractions.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, waste that. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cage.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, and forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets ain't hate, it's love with the spine. We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not bury boys.
Not bury boys.
Welcome. Live Tuesday, Truth Over Lies, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling today, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling fan-freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Welcome in. Truth Over Lies family. It is Tuesday, the last Tuesday of February, so y'all know we're going to cook up.
Oh, yeah. It's the last day, one of the last days of Black History Month. My foot. Whether or not you celebrate Black History all year long or not, come on, this fine February 24th, 2026. As you can see, Gavin X and I are very much still in the mix, reporting live to you jive chickens with Truth Over Lies. My goodness, happy Black History Month. Hopefully, I gotta say hopeful, you know, I hate that word, but hopefully we've learned something this Black History Month. Shout out to the Patreon, you know, been posting, you know, some Black American history content in there, letting folks know what it is and what it ain't. Yeah, we've been here. Shout out to our Freedom Rider sister Ebony. Cut that check. This ain't a charity, it's a debt. We did things, we invent stuff.
That part. So I think we got a lot to talk about tonight. Although there is a lot of madness going on in the world, we're going to take this last Tuesday and end the month with a bang.
I like it. I like that thumbnail. Remembering the late, great Malcolm X. Yeah, I think for a lot of us 80s babies, us crack babies, a lot of our introduction to us melanated folks get some idea of self-knowledge of self, having some self-pride, dignity, you know, came from maybe a video cassette, you know, the remake of MLK via brother Denzel Washington. Powerful movie, but yeah, shout out to Malcolm X. That was my introduction. Straight militant, not so much MLK. May rest in peace. Much honor and respect to great MLK, but Malcolm X was more my speed.
That part. And like it say on the title, rest in peace to brother Malcolm, who passed away on the 21st of February, which was a few days ago. You know, it's been over 60 years, 61 years. He was a young man. I told y'all the other night, very few of the leaders back then lived to see 40. Very little. Some of them never seen 30, but 40, dang sure. And Malcolm was right there. So he passed away right before his 40th birthday, as you can see, you know, 39.
Listen here, man. Glory and rest in power to brother Malcolm X. Malcolm X, what was I gonna say? Like say he was young. What was it? Dang it, he was young. I forgot what I was gonna say. Dang it. Go ahead.
And the title tonight, it says ownership over participation. All right. That was one of Malcolm's big things. He said
they'll let you participate, but not control. Participation keeps you busy. Ownership makes you powerful.
So participation keeps you busy. All right. They keep you doing a lot of stuff besides owning and controlling things.
Oh, you got me triggered, Mr. X. We be talking about that. You know, I got work for you. I got some work for you to do. Okay, you're going to keep me busy, but am I going to be making progress? Ooh, that's what it's about. They'll let you participate, but no ownership. Are we still not seeing that today? Shout out to Malcolm X. That's what I was going to say. Is he not the epitome of atonement? That's it. Is he not? We know his past. What was his name? Mississippi Red or something. His nickname was Red. All right. He was a zoot suit wearing old slick daddy. Said he liked for white women to suck on his toes. He was wild. And then atonement. He got rid of all that. He educated himself and he got better. Shout out to Malcolm X for being the epitome of atonement.
Like you say, a lot of these guys were young men at the time. As you say, he was 39 when he passed away. So when he was ripping and running, you got to understand, these was young men in their early 20s, 19, 20, 21, you know, ain't too many saints at that age. So like Mr. Walker said, if you can grow to atone, that's really the key. You muted. Yeah, that's really the key for it.
We all must atone. We all of us 80s babies. Listen here. I don't care. Shout out to the brother Anthony Hamilton coming from where I'm from. And sometimes get a little right, you gotta do a little wrong. Shout out to Malcolm X, you know, all these folks. Sometimes you gotta do a little something.
That part. So that's how we're gonna start the show off tonight. All right. Shout out to Brother Ray. Come through, became a channel member.
Appreciate you, Brother Ray.
Appreciate you, Brother Ray. That's how we're gonna start it off with Malcolm X. All right, we're gonna get into it, and we got a lot to talk about, folks.
Hit the like button. Take a second. Make sure you all hit the like button. Make sure you all are subscribed to the channel as we are on this journey. And make sure to support the channel by hitting the Cash App, hitting the Super Chat. Please and thank you.
So here we go. Malcolm X. Oh, man, this is one of his legendary speeches right here.
Talk to him, Malcolm.
Ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community, and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
Yeah. So, i.e., the Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, D.L. Hughley, right? The comedians, the singers, the ball players. Shout out to LeBron and them. But some of these people are paid. They're puppets. And even he was saying it back then. Even Dick Gregory, rest in peace. Like Dick Gregory was intelligent, especially in his older age, but the context of this time, he was not somebody that was a leader that was really, you know, he was riding with the leaders, but he was doing his own thing.
Yeah. You know, shout out to Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory is the first person I heard to say that entertainers can't be leaders. He said that. And, you know, and he is an entertainer. You know, he was kind of like, salute to that OG, salute to the men. Like, check, he kind of tell you, like, it is what it is. Maybe that was kind of some of his vitriol because he was always mad, you know, because he probably despised what he had to do to make income, knowing where his heart was. But here's the thing, to their defense, back in the day, you know, I believe that wealth gap automatically made them leaders and stuff because we come from poverty and persecution and prisoners of war. So y'all got money, we gonna automatically listen to y'all automatically in a leadership role. But even within that, being entertainers, comedians, they would cleverly put messages in the comedy. So back then, there still was some honor there with some of these entertainers. I can only hope that we fit that description where there is a message in our banter and stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's all for now, but I hear you, Brother Malcolm.
Say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear. Same thing that the white man has done for himself and his kind. If our people could be if we could be cured of our slave mentality that was indoctrinated into us during slavery, we would realize that just as the white man can do these things for himself and his kind, we can get together in unity and harmony and do the same thing for ourselves and our kind. The white man has brainwashed the so-called Negro to the point of believing in white supremacy so much that today some Negroes think that they're not making progress or they don't have anything unless they're living in a white neighborhood, unless they have the white man's neighborhood, a seat in the white man's school, or a position on the white man's job, and they even have taken it so far they don't think they're successful in life unless they have a white woman as a wife.
What is your real name?
So listen, I mean, this was 60, 70 years ago. And some of this stuff still ring true today. All right. Some men don't think they're successful unless they got Becky with them. Go look at some of these NBA, NFL drafts and stuff, who they be having on their arms. It is what it is. You know, it's unfortunate, but, you know, the white man's ice is colder still.
Wicked work, the brainwashing. You know, this is one of the brainwashing, the lack of knowledge of self, the self-loathing that subsequently comes along with it. This is why I grew, by observable reality, grew to despise modern, convenient Christianity. Because ain't nothing about it Christ-like or got nothing to do with Christ sacrifice. Straight foobar. Absolutely not. But I agree.
What is your real name?
Malcolm X.
Is that your legal name?
As far as I'm concerned, it's my legal name.
Have you been to court to establish this one?
I didn't have to go to court to be called Murphy or Jones or Smith. Excuse me for answering you this way.
That's
if
all right.
a Chinese person were to say his name was Patrick Murphy, you would look at him like he's insane, because Murphy is an Irish name, a European name, or the name that has a Caucasian or white background. And a yellow person, Chinese is a yellow man, and he has nothing to do or no connection whatsoever with the name Murphy. And if it doesn't look proper for a person who is yellow or Chinese to be walking around named Murphy or Jones or Johnson or Bunch or Powell, I think it would be just as improper for a black person or the so-called Negro in this country, as we're taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to walk around with these names. And therefore he teaches us that during slavery, the same slave master who owned us put his last name on us to denote that we were his property. So that when you see a Negro today who's named Johnson, if you go back in his history, you'll find that he was once, his grandfather or one of his forefathers was owned by a white man who was named Johnson. If his name is Bunch, his grandfather was owned by a white man.
I get the point.
That was
White man, we get the point, Ninja. What's your real last name? You know, but it is what it is. He's Malcolm X. And y'all see, like I say, I go Gavin X. It is what it is. You know, these are not our names. We have no clue what the hell our names are or anything. Our religion, any of this stuff was taken and we was handed stuff. Now you can run with it, not wrong with it, but you know, he chooses not to.
Yeah, daggone right. It's all about what your journey is. Do where your soul and spirit carries you. But yeah, shout out to Mr. Gavin X. And it's part of that white Jesus brainwashing. What I was saying, why I can't get along with this convenient Christianity of today, because they continue to brainwash us with this image of white Jesus, and it doesn't give us image of self. You know, his name shall remain nameless, but I had a pastor, man, it was many moons ago, and we built a new church, and in our old church we had the stained glass windows with white Jesus and the white lamb up there. So when we built our new church, I went and asked him. It was mano y mano, one-on-one. Nobody was listening. No multitude to impress Mr. X. I said, when we build our new church, can we put up the image of Christ as depicted in the Bible? He responded, if I do that, folks will stop coming. So I stopped coming. But see that white man don't like when you got knowledge of self. Malcolm X said that name is the slave owner's last name. That's enough. Shut up. You're too smart.
Around with these names, and therefore he teaches us that during slavery, the same slave master who owned us put his last name on us to denote that we were his property. So that when you see a Negro today who's named Johnson, if you go back in his history, you'll find that he was once, his grandfather or one of his forefathers was owned by a white man who was named Johnson. If his name is Bunch, his grandfather was owned by a white man.
I get the point.
So there you go. All right, white man wants you to say it. You know, brand it, as most of us here. Yeah, I don't know too many folks that know their indigenous last name. Like he say, everybody got their name from a white slave owner from somewhere in this country.
That's it. I used to resent my name. I really did because of this fact. I was hell bent on it. I don't know what really changed my heart on not changing my name, but I said, you know what? It is what it is. I like so the name, so I'll take it. Excuse me. But man, shout out to brother Malcolm X. He eating them up. What was that last part? He said he won't even acknowledge. He won't even acknowledge the name. That is power, because it's power in saying the name. I don't know how often to say, but I often realize how often we uphold our enemies' ancestors so much, whether it's a dedicated lawn or some Catholic church, the name Saint Mary, Saint Barnabas, or say all of them. We stay honoring other folks, but we won't honor our own. Salute to Malcolm X. He said, I won't even say the damn name. And I love that. I ain't even say, let it die. It's gone. Let it perish.
That part. So for that, rest in peace, brother Malcolm. We're going to take this old caucus man and put him in the pit.
Mm-hmm.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Salute to MLK, man. May he rest in power. As I was saying, before MLK, I was only introduced to Dr. Martin Luther King, and what his message was, turn the other cheek, all that good stuff. But MLK let us know, we could fight back. And on that note, did you know that during chattel slavery, there were over 400 documented prisoner of war revolts, where the prisoners of war woke up in the middle of the night, contrary to what they want to put in media, and left everything stinking. Everything.
That part. So get to know your history, read the books, and we're going to keep it moving. No history like this. These guys here, check this out.
We got up and worked from Kent to Kent. You know who Kent to Kent is? Can't see when you get up and can't see when you lay down.
I don't know how we move past that. All right. Reverend Mac Williams, all right, got his name from the Williams plantation. And he says, born in 1914. So this guy, this video was shot maybe back in the 70s, 80s. He's an old timer by then. But he said, when I was young, we got up and worked from Kent to Kent. Kent to Kent.
When you woke up, the sun hadn't risen yet, so you can't see. And then when you went to sleep, you couldn't see because the sun had went down. Ooh, sound like, what's that? Second or third shift. Somebody talk to me, especially in the wintertime. You go to sleep, you go to work, it's dark, and you come home and it's dark. Depressing as hell. Salute to our ancestors for all the hard work they did building this country so that we can do our part to move things forward. This is why I don't complain. Salute to you, brother Reverend Mac Williams.
We got up and worked from Kent to Kent. You know who Kent to Kent is? Can't see when you get up and can't see when you lay down.
How long was the day? I say from 3 o'clock to 9, 3 o'clock in the morning, 9 at night, for 50 cents a day. And the 9, people going to work, every time you turn around, they want a break. A break. Man, we didn't know what a break was. On time, we got something broke about our bone.
You eat breakfast at 4 o'clock in the morning.
No break. The original Cowboys. You see that, Ebony Dean? We started everything. Rock and roll, Cowboys. All right. Even, let me pull this up because this is something new I found out as well. Black folks also started ice hockey. So slaves ran away to Canada and invented ice hockey, but y'all think it's a white man sport. So.
Oh, you gonna get us scared. So we invented hockey? Ain't no way. I thought, I ain't gonna hold you, Mr. X. I respect hockey. It's a grueling sport. It takes a bit of athleticism. I always kind of scratch my head. I'm like, that's a little bit of skill throwing that ice. Yeah, okay, now it makes sense. The originators had a little bit of rhythm in their spine. It always makes sense.
So, like everything else, all right, they got their hands on it. But as far as these OGs, the OG cowboys working from cank to cank.
And cowboy, like you said, Miss X, we were the original cowboy, and the term cowboy when it first came out was derogatory. Go and get them cows, boy. Cowboy. It was not my goodness, this is the part of us being the culture that gives me pride. We make everything cool. Them brothers out there handling them daggone cow and steer and stuff, and we make that shit look up. So we make it look good, man. We make it look good to where they punk butts over there and they white women was over there looking at us. Yeah, them glistening tar muscles.
3 o'clock till 9, 3 o'clock in the morning, 9 at night for 50 cents a day.
Y'all ain't listening. From 3 o'clock in the morning to 9 at night. All right, that's what, 12, that's 18 hours. They would work 18 hours a day for 50 cents a day. 50 cents for 18 hours.
Glory to the ancestors. That's why I shall not complain. I can't stress it enough how I think about instances like this whenever I think I'm tired of working or to whatever. I'm like, you know what? I shall not complain. I shall keep going. I got gloves. Them brothers out there dealing with this stuff. They got insufficient gear, man. That's another thing too. Like, you know, I'm outside. I got gloves on my hands, all ain't calloused up, bleeding. They out there getting it how they live. Glory to the ancestors.
And now people going to every time turn around they want a break. A break. Man, we didn't know what a break was. On time we got something broke about our bone.
You eat breakfast at 4 o'clock in the morning and then take a ride out there all day. And drink water whenever you had a chance to go around a windmill. If not, there was artesian wells that the water bubble up. You would try to get the fresh water and drink out of the same trough.
All right, now, Willie Brown. Is Willie Brown a handler? He don't look like a worker. I know this grainy as hell. It's like 380p, but not sure. Albino? I don't know.
Little old Willie got a little, little overseer in his blood at the very least. Yeah, it is what it is now. It is what it is. Hey, that old Willie Brown.
If not, there was artesian wells that the water bubble up. You would try to get the fresh water and drink out of the same trough that the cows would drink out of. There was nothing to do that, you know. And we would ride all day, put tassel in our bag to eat lunch off of. Tassel, that's I guess you would call it beef jerky nowadays, but it was tassel that we would eat. Just take you a sandwich, and then you come back in the evening. That's when you ate your big meal.
We gotta cook, and don't make him mad, because you come in, you won't be no dinner cook.
He's just some real old timers. He was born in 1914. All they knew was hard work. So let's understand. Like I said, we must work more with our brains nowadays, but don't ever be afraid to get your hands dirty. That's what we come from.
Amen. I live by that. I aspire to be a bougie Negro, but I shall never be too good to lend my family brothers a helping hand and dig in the dirt. None of that. Absolutely not. That's how I shall get to where I want to be, by digging in the dirt. Shout out to this old timer Oliver. I'm over here tripping. He looked just like my foster dad, Wesley Lloyd. May he rest in peace. He looked just like, oh, that's Wesley. Oh, Wesley, just like this brother, grew up in a farm. That's why I got introduced to farm life, in a foster home with a old timer named Mr. Wesley Lloyd. May he rest in peace. And he taught me a lot about farm life. I never forget, one day I come in the kitchen, he in there skinning something, an animal. And I'm like, what is that? He says, squirrel, boy. I said, I ain't eating none of that. He say, all right. So he's sitting there. He could cook. He could cook for real, for real. So he's sitting there, boy. He chopped up that squirrel, put some gravy on it, put it on some rice. I didn't forgot about it by dinner time. I'm sitting there my greedy self shoveling it down. May I have some more? He just grinning. He grinning just like Oliver. He said, "You like that?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "That's that squirrel you said you wasn't gonna eat." I said, "Can I have some more?"
So there you go. You know what I mean? It may come a time here real soon when we got to live back off the land. I mean, who knows what we eat now? Might be eating squirrel. The food we eat now, you don't know.
I would eat squirrel before I eat some mice. Shout out to my show on the Patreon. Yeah, shout out everybody that don't know. I'm going to start doing a little solo show on the Patreon. Did the first little show today. If you want to catch the replay, you got to join the Patreon. But yeah, they out here eating mice. I wouldn't eat the mice, a squirrel. We could talk about it.
Yeah. So listen, it may be a food shortage. There's a lot going on in the world. Just know squirrels and rabbits and even raccoons. Shout out to the guy, the Coon Man. I think Rachad Media sent so. I've been telling y'all about the Coon Man. He's the dude is egregious. He barely got any teeth. You know, he'd be dancing and stuff. He'd be on the screen skinning the coons and he trap them, skin them, eat them. He gonna cook them, all that. He make content circled all around it.
I'm too tainted against coon meat. Honestly, like I hear stories from my mom back in the day. They lived in slave-like conditions, and the show Always Sunny. They got like rabies and worms from eating raccoon. I couldn't even imagine.
So I don't know. Pay attention. So we're gonna keep it moving. Listen, we are talking about ownership over participation. All right, check this out. This is still, I don't know what city this is. I'm sure y'all gonna tell us, but check this out.
Wow, Pastor Wilkins of Chasing Our History. Please read this plaque. On the corner of on the northeast corner of Fayette County Courthouse lawn stood the whipping post established in 1847 to punish slaves for the offense of being on the streets after 7 p.m. Fayette County was one of the largest slave-owning counties in Kentucky. By 1860, one in 4 residents in the city of Lexington were slaves. Watch this. Here's the actual wood left over from the whipping post and the auction block. This is the actual wood left over from the auction block and the whipping post right outside of the courthouse. It gets
No way. Ain't no way. Shout out to everybody that live in Lexington, Kentucky. Where my Kentucky folks, I'll just take my truck right through there. Just dome. Yeah. I mean, come on now. The whipping post still stands, and they got a monument that's let you know what the hell it is.
Come on, man.
I mean, I don't.
Come on. No, we ain't complaining no more. Listen here. Where's Shira 7 at? Where are my witches, warlocks, and ghouls at? Come on out there in the middle of the night and light a couple candles, put little words on a piece of paper, and let the ancestors have their way. Ain't got this is spiritual, man. This ain't physical. It's a what is it? It ain't nothing but a piece of wood. No, it's not. It's deeper than that. What you are feeling is a spiritual tug. You gotta fight fire with that fire, not physical. Nope. Just go light a little candle. Just light a little candle. That's all.
This is wicked outside the courthouse.
Whipping post right outside of the courthouse. It gets crazier than that. 1,000 feet down the street, Mary Todd.
And let's hold on now. The whipping post was for blacks that were seen out on the streets after 7 p.m.
Curfew.
Yeah, if you was out after 7 p.m., all right, anybody can whoop. Yeah, it don't got to be anybody of authority because everybody had authority. So if they seen you and they round you up, it was a whole community thing. Everybody got in on it.
If I lived there every day at 7 o'clock on the dot, I would walk up there and cause a whole scene, light a candle. I'll make them get rid of that damn post. That's what they're going to show. They're going to leave that sign there. Come spiritual, man. Why they got that? They want you to see. Remember what we used to do to y'all. Yeah, I know what I'm about to do to you. Allegedly.
And this is wild. Bold, I tell you. Hit the like button.
And the whipping post right outside of the courthouse. It gets crazier than that. 1,000 feet down the street, Mary Todd grew up. Who is Mary Todd? Abraham Lincoln's wife. She lived 1,000 feet down the street, right down there by that church. If you see that church, her house is next to the church. That church right there, and then you look right there in the corner. Her house is right down there, and here sits the auction block. Look at that. Look what it says. African Americans were sold as slaves at the Cheapside auction block in the 19th century. Lexington was the center of the slave trading in Kentucky by the late 1840s and served as a market for selling slaves farther south. Thousands of slaves were sold at the Cheapside, including children who were separated from their parents. So you see the auction block.
And that's what we're saying. That's why, listen, you can believe what you want about history. A lot of folks say we indigenous, and a lot of evidence, can prove to that. So, yeah. I mean, the further they were making their way west, they were capturing more and more slaves. We talk about Kentucky, they going into Arkansas, and then they were selling slaves to the South. How are you supposed to be selling them where they already came from? What we trying to say? We've been here. They just kept going. They kept going through the country, and they just more and more of us here. We've been here.
Thank you, Mr. X. However, if they can keep putting up images, signs, words, spells up in our face, making us believe that we were always less than and never came from here, then that lives within us. And you will continue to be a wandering soul on land that's alien to you when really is yours. This is pure evil, demonic witchcraft. There's thought process going. Nothing is by chance. Things, post signs, organizations and communities take time, money, meetings, agreements. What I'm saying is there were folks that came up and said, we are going to put time and resources up to putting up a sign like this. And somebody said, for what? And somebody had an answer. What was that answer? Why are we going to post this sign? Why are we going to keep it up and refresh it? What's the significance of it?
Yeah. The Cheapside slave auction block.
Cheapside.
Look what it says. African Americans were sold as slaves at the Cheapside auction block in the 19th century. Lexington was the center of the slave trading in Kentucky by the late 1840s and served as a market for selling slaves farther south. Thousands of slaves were sold at the Cheapside, including children who were separated from their parents. So you see the auction block, and on this side, you see the whipping post. Look what it says. Whipping posts right there. Whipping posts. Auction block. And all the wood you see is from the whipping post and the auction block.
What a why is to go knock that ish over.
Pastor Wilkins chasing her.
Come on, Terry.
Man. And then he say Abraham Lincoln's wife, Abraham, who supposedly freed the slaves, his wife lived right down the street. Come on, man. Don't believe these folks. They
was sitting on the porch or sitting in their den listening to the lashes. What? You hear that, Ma? Yeah, sound like they caught another one. Yeah, they got to learn. We're trying to do right by them, Ma, but they got to go in by 7 p.m. Shout out to somebody in the chat. Say, yeah, that was a rule, right? Get in. You got to be home before the street lights come on. There you go. Could this be because of that? That's one thing I do like to do is observe and analyze old patterns, old ways, old rules, and see why they were even in effect or still in effect. Coming home, that late at night. And I often have told y'all about me hearing my mom say she's going to cold cock me upside the head. That was something our elders said. And that came from Reverend Cold Cock, a demonic Christian preacher who wrote a book on how to make the Negro a Christian. So these words, these sayings, these rules, they come from wicked times. But if we can analyze them, we say, oh, I shouldn't be saying that. I shouldn't be moving like that. I shall not pass down these wicked traditions.
That part. Like I said, some parts of the South, I want nothing to do with, respectfully. Like, I love all my people, but it seems like the further you go south, it start getting real dystopian and lost in time. And, you know, it's unfortunate. I don't think if we're going to be there, we need to take something over, buy it back, take it back, you know, because these be the parts of the country. You're going to Alabama. Shout out to Sister Raquel. She was up here that night talking about you get caught with just a little bit of herb in some of these places. They're going to lock you up because they're stuck in time. They still got signs like this. These are places you don't want to be. And I mean, and if you're there, you should be trying to, you know, construct some type of change. This stuff should, I mean,
back to the teachings of Malcolm X, more militant. For all my non-melanated folks out there, can you not understand that? Do you not understand the reality that you take on when you realize that this evil is still taking place, still to this day? To this day, shout out to that one poet, the brother, the OG with the big ass passed away. I always forget his name. Think he was a little rainbow, but may rest in peace. He said, to be black in America and to realize your position is to be in a constant state of rage. And to some degree, that's true. Like, there's no way, I don't care. You ain't got to be black. You can't see how we look at this like, wow, still to this day, y'all doing that? The hate still lives, huh? Just because of the color of our flesh. No other reason. Just because we were born with darker skin. Explain your hate.
Man. And shout out to Rachad Media with the 10 ball. There's Mary Todd Lincoln had a black seamstress, Elizabeth Kickley, 1818 to 1907, was born into slavery, who was a personal seamstress and
Modesty.
Okay, and closest confidant to the First Lady Mary Todd Lincoln. So, yeah, look into some of these presidents. Look into Thomas Jefferson. That's some of the most heinous stuff. You look into that, and you know how he married that young black girl, and you know
it's X-Files type stuff. Y'all know what I mean by X-Files? The X-Files that just got released, all redacted. Same stuff. That shout out to OG Rachad. That seamstress, straight Stockholm syndrome. Trust and believe me, they most likely treated her better than most, and that's the trap. Treat you better than most. You actually get some chicken left on your chicken bone. You get to sleep in the bed, not the floor. And they covet that subservient position because their hell ain't as hellish as other Negroes. Wicked work.
Yes. So shout out to Rachad.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Here we go. It's gonna be a long night, people.
And all the wood you see.
I remember that.
Yes, be blessed.
I remember that one time. But I do remember a situation in a community called Mulberry. And you probably heard there was a mulberry tree where they used to hang blacks and all. And there was one time, as a kid, we were driving by, and boy, they had hung a black man.
Man, this dude's 103 years old. He done seen some things. And yeah, he's a U.S. Army vet, Polk County. Where's Polk County at? Y'all let us know. You know, during segregation, he done seen some things. He done seen strange fruit, right? I mean, my God, we need the ancestors to tell the stories.
Yes, we do. Yeah, don't let that evil that they done die. They're there. Listen here, they try to get me triggered this evening. There's justice to be served up. And our fight is spiritual, it's not physical. We got to do what we got to do in the physical realm. We can't be lost in the clouds. However, the work, the real progress happens within, and then it will shine from the inside out. Oh, but this is tough, man. This brother made me want to crash out. Ain't no way. I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine driving down the street, seeing somebody look like me hanging from a tree and knowing it could be me. See what I'm saying? It's like, it could be me if I don't get up out of here. You know what I mean? And I know he didn't do nothing to deserve it. Now, whatever he did, it wasn't that. I guarantee. Yeah, I wouldn't have lived to be very long. I don't care. I know I say when you're born into it, you don't know what you in. Man, I'd have been out of there. They would have had $1 million bounty on my head back in the 1800s.
And there was one time as a kid we were driving by, and boy, they had hung a black man. Yeah.
Currently, we are standing in front of what is known now as Prospect Bluff, also Fort Gaston, but for a lot of historians, this area is known as Fort Negro. Fort Negro was the area where a lot of indigenous black Florida Maroons and also escaped enslaved came down to seek freedom during the times of the Second Seminole War. This land right here was donated to the Florida Maroons and the Seminole Indians by the British soldiers that were at the time fighting alongside the United States military until the United States military reneged like they always do in the battle for the Gulf of Mexico and the ports along that area, which was owned by the French at that time. So this was a striving area where a lot of black soldiers, once donated by the British, they took care of this land, they defended this land. Now word got around for a lot of southern planters and a lot of slave owners within the South that, hey, it was a lot of free blacks that was down here in this area of Florida, and that could cause a problem. Word was getting around to a lot of enslaved people. They were seeking freedom and silo in this area right here. So through the demands of Andrew Jackson, it was told by the U.S. Army to destroy this area. This area was destroyed by a cannonball that was shot by a ship, and it bombed the fort, which had evidence of anywhere to about 250 to 300 people. And one cannon hit their arsenal with their military firepower and some of their gunpowder, which caused a massive explosion amongst that fort that killed hundreds and hundreds of people, men, women, and children.
I mean, it's the same thing over and over. People say, why ain't y'all got none? There was so much we had, and they always destroyed it. All right. And a lot of it was donated, like you said, from the British and from these people, right? And go to the Gullah lands we talked about in South Carolina, Florida, a lot of these places, a lot of land was donated and we were prospering, and they were getting around. Hey, the blacks got some acres. We're in that swamp, out in the swamp we don't want. But we still, even if we don't want it, still to this day, as you can see, ain't nothing there. They can't have it.
No. Why? Oh, I'm trying not to yell. Excuse my tone. Why? Because we shall not let these ninjas get no footing, even if it's on swampland. This is the fear. This is the fear. Their fear is if they get a footing, if they get a foundation, what do they say? You guys are going to do to us what we did to you. They say it. That's why they will not allow us, let us, aid us in getting any type of footing as far as who we are and getting any kind of foundation. They say, no, y'all bigger than us, stronger, faster than us. Y'all hunch better than us. We can't let y'all get a footing. We got to always continue to bomb y'all. Shout out to the damn United States of America, the only country that has bombed its own people. You know that? Yeah, that's a stat for you. United States, the only country that's bombed its own folks. Like in many ways, cannonballs, makeshift bombs dropped from helicopters, all that. They bombing us.
You name it.
Money.
And shout out to Richard come back. He says it's pronounced modeste or modiste. Okay, a French-derived term. Miss Keckley was a chief creative officer of the First Lady wardrobe, whereas a seamstress was more of a technical labor.
Appreciate you, Richard. There we go. You're breaking it down. See, yeah, she was more laboring. Chief Creative Officer, that was okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Out to Richard.
Yeah! Boom shakalaka!
So here we go. Hit the like button.
So again, as you look around, this is the beginnings of Fort Negro, Fort Gaston, or what we know now as Prospect Bluff. And I appreciate you taking the time to listen to what I had to say. And you may get more information like this from me in the future. Who knows? Plush Talk.
You're looking at a slave master's home that in 1865, slaves were able to possess. Then the government came in and stole the land back away from them. But this is the slave master's home that slaves came in and literally possessed this. They owned the rights to it, and then the government stripped them of the home. Multiple families were owners of this home. Look at this home. Built by slaves and then owned by slaves, which is rare.
Look at this damn property. So this was the slave master house owned by the slaves. All right, they built this thing hundreds of years ago. How in the hell did they do it? Look at them columns out front. Everything was grand. This was Candyland. He had the little balcony out front, all that hanging over the top.
We were brilliant. Brilliant we are, brilliant we were. Look at that. You know, I love that little crawl space up under these houses. It's big on these older houses. You can almost stand up under there. Where's Peel at? And these brothers, these good old horror movies. I'll make a movie called The Crawl Space, and it'd be a story of vengeance where late in the midnight hour, you know, the indentured servants woke up stricken by vengeance, and you crawl up under that crawl. That crawl space is the whole area up under that house. And you get up under there, you can wreak unholy havoc, shoving sharp objects up through the floor, and that'd be glorious. But yeah, I can't see stuff like this and my mind not go to a dark place. I can't. Jay, tell me you feel me, brother. Come on, man. The crawl space. Have them all in there, all hoity-toity, having tea and crumpets, and then just sharp objects start coming through the floor. Waka, waka.
Yeah. And shout out to Black Unity. He says some of the Gullah Geechee land was lost due to northern relatives forcing the sale to companies who wanted land. Yeah, check out the video. I think we dropped it today, you know, and yeah, we talked about the heirs land and property.
Yeah, that's it, brother. We touched on that, but you're daggone right. Appreciate you, Black Unity.
Man.
Yeah! Boom shakalaka!
So here we are.
Which is rare. And they owned it for a period of time before the government of South Carolina came in and took the land back. Basically, they called it a land grab. They stole it from them. That's what you see. They earned the rights to it. They possessed it. It was theirs. And then it was stolen right back.
And a lot of people say, well, how can they do this? Different times in history. We got to understand this was in the 1800s. All right, I know right now we can be prisoners of the moment, but there was no ring cameras and internet, and the documentation was all written down in heavy cursive, and most of it was burned if they wanted to take it. So like I said, land grabs, and a lot of this land was either earned, we either bought it, we earned it, we discovered it, we either already here, right, given to us by the British and all this wonky stuff, but at the end of the day, they simply came in and took it back.
Via, loopholes and rules, laws, like I said, heirs law, there was always ways. And on top of that, something that's really not talked about is white man is for the long con. So white man said, okay, you just this Negro family, because trust me, it was a family that got these houses. Most likely a man and a woman every time. It don't work no other way. And they waited till Paul passed away. This was still back then. Feel me. They still out kind of in the middle of nowhere. They found out that the man passed away. They not here to they ain't coming with attorneys and legal jargon. They like, hey, the Mr. gone, huh? Just a little old lady out here. You might want to be gone. They'll just scare you. You might want to be gone by sundown because we coming back. Maybe it's a bluff. maybe it ain't. But if you are an old black woman who is used to slavery mentality, you getting up, you like, white man just came here and said, find out by sundown, he coming back and I'm gonna be strange fruit and he gonna have to land anyway. Hey, kinfolk, I'm coming up north. That's what it is.
Yeah.
There was a slave here named Ismail who lived on these properties. And he did not speak in English, but he spoke a different language. Some said it was Aramaic. We don't have total confirmation of that. So I won't say that that's what it was, but it is perceived that's the language he was speaking. And then he was also taught different other languages. But slaves literally were owning this. And then it was snatched right back from them through the state of South Carolina in a land grab is what they calling it. Pastor Wilkins of Chasing Our History. We are on the McLeod Plantation in South Carolina.
The McLeod. So this goes back to Malcolm X, the McLeod Plantation, and you know that plantation and this everybody. And I'm gonna name all my slaves after me. All right, and so forth and so on. So wicked. Just know our history. All right, don't be blind to it. Land grabs. Like y'all said, most of the stuff was very bloody. All right, they're finding more and more burial grounds throughout the South every year. They're like, oh, and we're going to talk about some of it here in a minute, but yeah.
Let's see, South Carolina land grab. Scenarios often refer to historical and legal issues where land was acquired through questionable or coercive means. I never heard of the term, but I know what I'm talking about. Coercive? Be out of here by midnight or we coming back. What you gonna do? Who you gonna call? Nobody. Get the F out.
Man. And shout out to Nais. Says, greeting brothers. And in the chat, y'all cooking with fire.
Appreciate you, Sister Nais. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
In South Carolina, this is an original slave master's house that the slaves would eventually wind up owning. Think about it. Be blessed.
This is what you call mullet. The old folks used to use it for various things. It was good for tea, for cold, flu, and pneumonia. And it's real soft like toilet paper, real soft. And they also used it for that too.
For toilet paper?
For toilet paper.
Uh-oh.
They grew it in the yards. Every old house had mullet in it. See, I got some here, all the way down that side there.
Now, did you plant it or did it grew?
I planted this.
Okay, you gonna do tea or you just gonna look at it?
I just got it here for to look at it and to make tea out of it. It's real good for cold, flu, and pneumonia. You boil it and then strain it and drink the juice off it. Put a little sugar, a little honey in it because it's kind of stiff. But it will suppress a cough and a cold.
And there you go. Do anything but smoke it. All right, don't do that now. But yeah, it got many uses, folks. Shout out to the old timers. They was living off the land.
This is it. This is my dream. Dare I expose my dream to you, Heathers? I don't care. Y'all can't stop it. This is my dream. This is it. Ain't nothing like going out in the garden, man. That's my thing. Springtime come again.
Classy. Classy is a doctor, but we don't. This is not medical information.
Classy, you supposed to tell us otherwise. You don't. Then just go smoke it. You say they can. But this is it, man. Sitting out in the garden, springtime with your significant other, getting the soil together, man. Sipping on some wine, listen to some good old neo soul, man. Goodness, ain't nothing like a nice, beautiful 78-degree day. Perfection.
Man. Money. And shout out to Omni, come through with the 10 ball. He says, when the man feels threatened, he will divide and conquer the population. The oldest and effective tactic in the book. He will never lose power until the sheep wake up.
You ain't said nothing but the truth, Omni. Thank you.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Okay. It grow. I wonder if it grow around this season because a lot of people get sick
It grows around this season, but it really prospers in the spring.
in the spring.
And you will mostly find it in sandy land on the side of a hill.
We are at the Kingsley Plantation, just north of Jacksonville, that way, and just south of Georgia, that way. This was the largest slave plantation in Florida. It has the only preserved slave cabins in Florida.
Man, Florida is a hell of a place. All right, these plantations. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was a point in time where Florida was divided up between four plantations, right? There was four governors. There was instead of being one like it is today, before that there was four governors and they all chopped Florida up into four pieces and they all were slave owners and governors of the state.
Oh my gosh. White man was having a humdinger back in the day. My goodness. Poor old super duper rich, powerful, most wicked white men. All right, they said this whole state ours. And do you not understand the things they was doing? Y'all think these X-Files are bad? They're terrible. Folks need to be, sent to the guillotine. Don't get it twisted, all of them. However, back here, you couldn't hear the screams, just like the X-Files Island. Yeah, can't hear the screams.
We're here to explore the story of the Kingsleys. Let's go in. That was one of the buildings on the Montgomery waterfront where enslaved people were held until they could be auctioned off. That building right there. Several others. That one for sure.
So, yeah. That building was where the slaves were held for a lot of these structures still stand today.
That one for sure.
As you can see, old, building, and they will store you there until you get sold. Like a damn, like an Amazon facility or something. Just on the shelf.
Absolutely not. This is why I won't complain. I can't imagine being treated like that. Cannot trade it. This, and like I said, this is a first world analogy. The closest I was, I can imagine being to that is, playing sports. That's close I got. Because when you a big old brother, you treat it like you're on that block. They weigh you, they size you up. It's wicked. It's wicked. Nevertheless, not comparable. Glory to the ancestors once again.
Came out here to Thibodeau to check out this slave plantation, man. Look at this. All this stuff still standing around here, man. The history in these houses, you hear me? The history in these houses, and they on both sides of the road. The history in these houses is crazy.
Where he say, yeah, Thibodeau? Where that at? South Carolina? Go ahead. Let us know. I'm sure y'all know. Yeah. Just riding through a plantation. Like I said, you going to the South, which I don't want to be, Alabama, Mississippi, respectfully. Not a place I ever want to live, man. Because I'd be trying to start a revolt because this stuff is still standing. All right. Whole plantation still erected. Who owns this stuff?
I'm lighting candles. I already told you. I ain't going to keep driving past this issue. I'm lighting candles. I'm not doing nothing. I'm just lighting candles. I'm not hurting nobody. It ain't nothing but a candle. Just candles. Every night you come out there, you're gonna see some candles somewhere. Go see what's going on. Go ahead and see what's going on.
The history in these houses is crazy. Crazy.
Mr. Wise, what happened here? Where are we standing?
We're standing on South Patterson Street before they erected the bridge. This is what you would call the Black historical area, the hub of the Black community. You had from what I understand, over 200 Black businesses here. And we have never recouped from that until this day.
Recouped from what? What happened?
Recouped those businesses back in the economic makeup of the city.
Well, what happened to them?
This bridge took them out. What happened? It cut the businesses off from the bank. They couldn't even come through the street here because the street was cut off. The other street is cut off over here also. So they just told demolish the Black community as they did in other cities.
They hung them. Yeah. Before he get to that, which is heavy, look at this. They built all the major highways. There's documentaries on it. Maybe we'll take a whole episode to talk about that because they built all the major highways and a lot of the infrastructure straight through the Black communities and the ghettos and the slums. And it was done intentionally. So, yeah, when they were mapping it out, they said, this is how we doing it.
It's going to go right through y'all. That bridge, that overpass, that expressway was not always there. Most likely houses were where those columns are. And via eminent domain, land grabs, I want to scream. They just do what they want. And this is the part that starts to worry me when folks say, deal with politics on the city level. I'm all but positive I wasn't there. I'm all but positive these folks went to every city hall meeting whenever they were deciding whether or not to build that through, and they all with the unison said, don't do it, and they still did it. They said, okay, thanks for coming. We'll have it done by damn tomorrow. You see, like, I guarantee these folks stood up and they still got shafted.
This is wicked.
The street was cut off. The other street is cut off over here also. So they just told demolish the Black community as they did in other cities.
They hung the men first, made the women watch, and then they killed the women. They put them on horseback, rope around the neck, left the horse moved away, the person fell. There's a rock here that marks.
Right here.
Some of the victims' feet touch this rock. Some of the victims' feet touch this rock.
And shout out to this brother. He goes around these plantations. He does tour guides and whatnot. And like he say, he take them to the trees. Look at these big old trees where a lot of the lynchings and the hangings were. So he like, look, they would put them on horseback and then let the horses walk off and do the men first, let the women watch, and then do the women, and yeah, straight like that.
I'm sorry, I ain't got nothing on this. That's yeah.
And look, you even got white folks out there like, I need to know what, man, this tour ain't for you today.
Yeah, that's it. I'm saying
you must be sponsoring lunch. You must be buying everybody lunch. We going to Roof Chris after this, huh?
Yeah, some. Like, yeah, how about you? Come on, atonement. I'm trying to keep my toes down. This is tough. You gonna show up? You want to show up? Caucasian brother, you down for the okay? But I don't know, man. Like, why you here? Get on your damn knees. Why you here? I don't know. But don't stand. I don't know. I got love for everybody, but I feel offended by you standing by me. Like, kneel down or something. Cause I'm feeling violent. Like, get down before I put you down. I don't know. I can watch this. I'm hot. I'm sweating.
Watch. Some of the victims' feet touch this rock.
Victim's feet touch the rock.
So we're not going to go to the graveyard. So let's take a moment, that 1 minute, for the lynching victims and Lynch family. 1 minute. Move in a little closer, please, and where's my timekeeper?
Right here.
Okay, she's on it. Okay, 1 minute of silence, please, for the victims of Lynch family. Thank you.
And you kneel down. Get down.
But back in my day, before they had the cotton pickers, my grandmother and my siblings, when those machines came near me reaching the 12th grade, we didn't have to go out here in the field to pick cotton because they had the machines. But when those machines left this much cotton in the field, we had to go out there and pick this cotton up. And we got paid for it, but there's no way that man would leave this much cotton in the field, because we made sure that we went and picked this cotton up. They would not let this much cotton go to waste.
Huh. My man pulled over. He said, this is egregious. Back in my day, white man didn't waste not a morsel of cotton. All right. There's a lot of waste out here right now. Back in the day, we would come, like you said, was still money involved. They would come out there after the cotton gins and whatnot. Cotton gin. Shout out to TJ. Didn't he say his uncle was ran over by a cotton gin? Something wild. Goodness gracious.
These, for those that are disconnected or don't care about the melanated struggle, can you understand these stories? Shout out to the cartoon The Rugrats. I don't think we realize how kind of deep that cartoon was and what it was teaching us. The undertones were wild. But can you imagine just how little Tommy Pickles or whatever, hearing all these stories from his small hat Pap, passing down all of this knowledge and wisdom and pride. These are the stories we got to pass down. Hey, can you tell me stories about Pop? Well, he was, indentured server in prison of war. He got ran over by a cotton gin. There's zero pride in that story. If told the way I just told it, if you can find a way to twist it and tell it up, make it a story of perseverance, so be it. But this is the stories we got to pass down to our kids.
Thank you.
What's up, folks? I am here in Somerville Presbyterian Church, which is in Harnett County, North Carolina, here with Brother Desi. And he's brought me to this church, which was built in 1811, but the original church was formed in the 1700s. And I'm going to turn the camera around so you can see the sanctuary, right? So it's pretty typical of an old church, a sanctuary. But this specific sanctuary also still has the enslaved galleries, and that's here behind me. Okay. Now, an enslaved gallery is not pictures, right? It's not pictures. That's what, when people hear gallery, that's what a lot of people may think. But this is actually where enslaved ancestors had to sit during service. And, whether they were chaperoning their enslavers, driving the buggies, or, just their right-hand man, quote unquote, or keepers of the home, they would be here and accompany their enslavers at this space. And this is where they would be worshiping, getting the word, and taking it back to plantations in which they were living at in bondage.
And there you go. So I'm sure all the preachers and whatnot, come. It was like school, if you will. And like he said, if you rode the buggy, or my right-hand man, Steven from Django, he got to sit up here, right? So all that.
I got defiance tattooed across my back. I can't listen to this. I'm going to a bad place. Like all I see is fire. That's all I see. Every day keeps showing me this old wood. It's just so dry. It just need burned down. I do. I have an emotional attachment to it. I hate that some of these structures still stand, and white man is keeping his wicked history and his conquest alive. I would like to make these places, relics or altars for our people, the ones that suffered through the madness. But just me knowing that, white folks still go to that church, most likely, do anybody still sit up there? What's the situation? See what I'm saying? Is that in honor of, or is that just so we can remember a time when? You see, what we doing?
Madness. And shout out to Black Unity with the 10 ball. Says the Viaduct in Baltimore, the highway to nowhere to outsiders, but in a Black neighborhood. It wasn't completed because whites wouldn't let it go through Leakin Park and their neighborhood.
Wow. Okay. Appreciate you, Black Unity. Wow, the highway to nowhere. Interesting, man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
We go.
Be worshiping, getting the word, and taking it back to plantations in which they were living at in bondage. And so there's a lot of these in places, in churches and communities, but a lot of people don't know about them. So do some research, because you never know what's in your neck of the woods. Peace.
The typical enslaver required his enslaved people to go to church. They made them go to church. They wanted them to hear the word of God telling them to obey their masters and mistresses. Mm-hmm. In some instances, the enslaved people were required to sit up front so they could be sure to hear the word of the minister. So this is probably used as a place of worship as well.
I mean, come on now. That's why, Mr. Walker been hitting on it for a while. It's not really my strongest suit. I don't But like he said, they were forced to go to church. They were forced to get the word and, become good Christians.
In order for something to be a good lie, there has to be some truth to it. I believe there are some good messages, some good rules to live by in this Bible that has been used to victimize us. Can we acknowledge that it has been used and reworded via Queen James, the slave owning fairy king? He on the front of the book. The King James Bible. Who is King James? Do no one cares? Don't care because we were brainwashed, man. Ain't no way. Ain't no freaking way. Yeah, this ain't it. This was driven into us. And is it serving us? Shout out to some of the greats, the Muhammad Ali. I ain't here to convert nobody. Do what makes you a good person. Ali said, if the current God you serving ain't working for you, find another one. This on the screen will be an example of your God not working for you. I don't put that limit on God's power that I'm supposed to be beaten until I can't move, long as my owner don't delete me. Absolutely the free not.
And shout out to Sister Anna coming through. She says, we touring trauma like it's a field trip.
Ooh, we on the trauma train, baby. Come on, Sister Anna.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
They made them go to church. They wanted them to hear the word of God telling them to obey their masters and mistresses. Mm-hmm. In some instances, the enslaved people were required to sit up front so they could be sure to hear the word of the minister. So this is probably used as a place of worship as well.
Let's go. Leopold. You heard of him?
Yes, not good things.
Not good things. There's nothing good about King Leopold. Well, you have this. I printed it out. There was, this is a letter that he gave to all the missionaries that were going to the Congo. One of the letters was left in an old Bible, and a black pastor bought the Bible, and that letter was in it. So he printed it, and it's on the internet. And what's interesting, what he told the missionaries, and it goes for all churches, where is it?
We'll put this on the screen.
It says, you will find many other books which will be given to you at the end of this conference. Evangelize the so that they stay forever in submission to the white colonialists, so they never revolt against the restraints they are undergoing. Your action will be directed essentially to the younger ones, for they won't revolt when a recommendation of the priest is contradictory to their parents' teachings. The children have to learn to obey what the missionary recommends, who is the father of their soul. You must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. Avoid developing the spirit in the schools. Teach students to read and not to reason. That's what I wanted to get to. So what the mission...
I'm sorry, that part there. Avoid them learning their spirit. They got to avoid that. This is why they took spirituality and demonized it. We are spiritual creatures. To take that away from us is damning. Are we not living a damned experience? Seriously, like that part there, like they took it out of us. That was the sickest witchcraft.
Missionaries did. They taught Africans to read, but not to reason.
Sorry, I'm just seeing this line. Recite every day, happy are those who are weeping, because the kingdom of God is for them.
Yes. They would use Matthew 5, the Beatitudes, to manipulate. And this is how they were successful in Africa, okay? They were very successful in colonizing them. So after King Leopold, you had the Belgian Conference, where the scramble for Africa, where they divided Africa up amongst countries, Spain, Portugal, the United Kingdom, Britain. That's what they did. And they used the church to do it. The church was paramount in the manipulation of black people.
Like you say, it's been bastardized. That's the problem. Like everything else, I think everything may start off as something good and then get into the wrong hands. Like you said, people start misinterpreting stuff and putting their name on the front of a book because they done took the words and remixed it. Just like, any of this stuff, whether we talk about marriage or red pill, a lot of this stuff been bastardized and hijacked. So what the form you see right now is not the intent or where it came from.
The Bible was used as a weapon the holy scriptures, all of the scriptures from all of these, folks from back in time, apostles and all that. That book was huge. And there were stories from many other different people. There's stories about dragons and mysticism, all types of things. Those was left out. Too much spirituality, too much empowerment for the darkies. Keep that stuff out of there. Tell them about how it's good to be whipped as long as you ain't deleted. Tell them to obey their master. Tell them about how, you're going to suffer on earth, but you're going to have heaven after you pass away. Tell them that bull jive. It was weaponized. The book of Eli. White man, this one thing, the conquering white man is like a serial deleter. If you don't hurry up and find out his genius and how he did this, he gonna just have to tell you. He gonna have to tell you because you ain't getting it. Shout out to all his movies, the book of Eli and all these other movies and shows that come out where he pretty much the conqueror man, like, look what I did to you. What you gonna do about it? And we still turn a blind eye to it.
Man. And Frederick Howard come through, gifting a membership.
Appreciate your brother Frederick, always coming through.
Money.
And shout out to Omni with the 10 ball. He says Joshua had melanin in his skin. The man made him pale skin. Don't lose faith, Mr. Walker. The Bible is the truth. The man manipulated certain things in it.
Then it can't be the truth if it's been manipulated, Omni. I mean, come on. I will acknowledge there are good things in there, but we can't say that. And it's my understanding as of today that Bible and Babel, the walls of Babel, that's confusion. Interpreted, the Bible, it means the pure confusion, because holy means pure confusion. So
yes.
That's what I got from it.
So, like I said, it's been bastardized. I mean, a lot of it's become almost like a damn chicken nugget, or a chicken strip. It got chicken in it, but it's mostly not chicken. So how could it be chicken? So it's like kind of the same thing,
There you go. Listen, there's one scripture I know to be true. It is Luke chapter 4, verse 24. What does that read? No, Jesus stated that no prophet is accepted in his own home. If you are too familiar with the people around, you can't give them truth. Jesus said that. He experienced that. So there, I will acknowledge there are things you can read and it can make sense to you. You can use it for your life and be a better person, but we can't say it was manipulating and say it's the truth. That is madness.
That part, man. And shout out to Baba T. He says, good evening, brothers and family. Malcolm always say you pray to the same God whose prayers are getting answered. Your
master's getting answered. What about you? You praying? Hey, it is what it is, Baba T.
Man.
Okay.
Sorry, do you mind just reading? there's a lot here. Do you mind reading it from just maybe this page, just so everyone can just hear these last two pages, if we can?
Okay.
Because the things I'm seeing there are making me...
I'll start the bottom part. I'll read the top, then jump down to the bottom. Convert always the blacks by using the whip. Keep their women in 9 months of submission to work freely for us. Force them to pay you in sign of recognition, goats, chicken, or eggs every time you visit their villages. Make sure that never become rich. Sing every day that it's impossible for the rich to enter heaven. Make them pay tax each week at Sunday Mass. You know what we call that today? Tithes.
Offering.
Yes, that's what it gets 10%. Because in the Bible, tithes was never money, but they changed it into money. I'll jump down. No, I'll keep reading as a matter of fact. Teach the to forget their heroes and to adore only ours. Never present a chair to a black that comes to visit you. Don't give him more than one cigarette. Never invite him for dinner, even if he gives you a chicken every time you arrive at his house. Like King Leopold.
Yeah. Wickedness. So a lot of them still practice this still to this day. All right. So just know the history of it all, man. This stuff is wicked.
That's all. I remember Gavin X and I having a conversation with one of the religious leaders of our community a while back. And, just having a conversation and blessings to that brother for allowing us to ask questions and not trying to, bully us, because y'all know that's how those conversations tend to go. But we was asking questions, making statements, based off of observed reality, no hate, none of that. Just looking to be the best people we can be and looking for instruction. And after we got done asking him questions and making our statements and pointing out these hard truths about our religious and spiritual journey, this 70-some-year-old pastor said, y'all gave me a lot to think about. I ain't had the luxury to talk to him since I got to check up on him. But we got to have these conversations. Why? Because I don't know about y'all, but this ain't working for us. Whatever it is, this prosperity, Christianity, and diamond chain preachers, it's not working for the masses.
People come to my museum, they're going to see something and hear something they've never seen. You haven't been here, you haven't seen this. See the marshal, the sheriff, the Texas Ranger. See this one? Plantation police. Runaway slave patrol. South Carolina, 1858.
That's where the cops come from.
This is the badge that started the rest of the badges.
Take a picture of that.
That's where the slaves come from. I mean, where the badges come from.
Yeah. Slave catchers.
Shout out to Paul. So he got them old badges. All right, the original slave catchers. That's where the police come from for the most part, the modern day. And now they just here to protect the property of the owners. All right, if you're an owner, you might be a slave owner, probably whatever. Now you're just an owner. All right, so they're here to protect property and rich people.
That's it. They're here to protect the property and serve the rich. Ain't nothing changed but the date. This is our history. Not complaining, acknowledging it so we can move forward and not allow these things to, come back to life. Folks say, they're going to send us back to slavery. Yeah, hopefully not.
Yes. So the modern day cops are here, not only property in the sense of a house or a business, but us as human beings. So if you work for a corporation or something, you property. If you call 911, you are to be protected because you got to go to work in the morning. It all goes hand in hand. They're here to, now, if you ain't property, they ain't going to protect you. They're going to lock you up if you ain't to be protected.
See how that works? Not saying it's right. These are the rules. Just because you don't like the rules, don't make us exempt. Let's move accordingly and let's get our piece of the pie now. Come on now.
Huh.
Money.
And shout out to Richard with the 10 ball. He says, the white man said, if you want to keep something from black person, put it in the book. But we continue to read or let somebody else look like me reading from the wrong book.
There you go. We trying, OG Richard. We reading, we Googling, using AI. We're going to get to it, OG.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Here we go.
Slave catchers.
In South Carolina, there's a historic site called Brattonsville, where researchers believe there was a small burial ground of about 46 graves of enslaved people. But then this year, they decided to use ground-penetrating radar. Archaeologists identified over 480 graves, more than 10 times what was originally documented. The graves belong to enslaved women, men, and children that worked on the Bratton plantation in the 18th and 19th century. And still to this day, nearly all of their names remain unknown. But this discovery led to Brattonsville designating this site as the enslaved ancestral burial ground and recognizing for the first time just how many enslaved people worked on this plantation.
And this goes back to what I said earlier in the show. Like, if they showed up somewhere where you established land or whatever the case, you will simply be deleted and buried. It was just, there wasn't, a life insurance claim to be claimed or any of that. There wasn't no internet, no cameras, nobody to say where is such and such. People went missing all the time. It was common. So they thought it was 40-some people here. Here it's almost 500 people. What I'm trying to say. So when they show up to that house we showed earlier, that old slave owner house, and they told people they run them off. What they call it? When they take the land?
Land grab.
Land grabs. Yeah, people got deleted and buried on said land.
Right there. This is, again, that's why I don't complain. This is why I will continue to be defiant for all the right reasons. I acknowledge these happenings every day. I do. It's power in it, man. It really, really is. Just acknowledge it and use it to fuel the fire inside you that's gonna make you be the best person you can be, whatever that looks like. Seriously, don't allow our history to make you heavy because it can do that. As Sister Ebony Dean say, this shows is we are still here in spite of all of the wicked things they did, but we still here. We still
And
here.
also, as Ebony Dean say, this is all evidence on why they need to cut the damn check. There's evidence. It's not, we ain't asking for nothing. It is old.
There you go. How about that? Let's do that. For all of the foreign folks that come in here, they need to understand how they got the right and freedom to come here. That should be part of your daggone get your green card. Before you get your green card, first you about to learn Black American history and all the stuff they had to go through just for you to get over and get your green card. How about that? Because education is key. And see, that's power though. Because now we don't have these foreign enemies, the tethers coming in if folks know what's going on. But shout out to the United States, understand something. They be pushing this wicked propaganda that we lazy. I guarantee the world don't know this about us. They don't know that there's countless burial grounds. Some places are amusement parks, Central Park. They don't know that they walking on top of our ancestors' corpse. They don't care. Because America act like it never happened.
And just this past spring, after passing security measures, they opened the site to the public. Now, Brattonsville was a very large plantation in South Carolina, and for decades, researchers believed that the cemetery attached to the plantation was just a small cemetery until that radar survey came out earlier this year, revealing hundreds of additional graves. Now, museum officials, community leaders, and the descendants of those people enslaved on the plantation protected and preserved this site immediately. And they held a public ceremony earlier this year, acknowledging the burial ground and honoring the people that were buried there. There's a little bit more I need to add. Give me 30 seconds. Now, after the Civil War, a member of the Bratton family, Dr. James Bratton, who was a Confederate Army doctor and a member of the KKK, fled South Carolina to Ontario, Canada in 1871 because he was implicated in the lynching of a man named Jim Williams, a Black militia leader murdered during Reconstruction. Less than a year later, in 1872, Dr. Bratton was arrested in Canada and extradited back to the United States. And fast forward to today, the Black and white descendants of Brattonsville found each other and decided to visit Ontario, Canada to trace Dr. Bratton's steps, like the boarding house he stayed in and the site where he was arrested. They call themselves the descendants of Brattonsville, and they actually met during the pandemic. And together they go to museum exhibits and historical sites to put together the pieces. Now, they want to make it clear that the people buried on the Brattonsville plantation, even though they are nameless, they are the ancestors of families that still exist today because slavery wasn't that long ago. Dr. Lisa Bratton, a history professor at Tuskegee University and a fifth-generation descendant of enslaved people at Brattonsville, said, "I am not the least bit ashamed of my enslaved ancestors because I know where they started and I know where they ended. To have this additional part of my family involved in my life is empowering, and it honestly made me a better human. I hope you learned something new."
So here we are. They done found all them bodies on the Branton plantation. Look at this guy here. Dr. Branton, part of the Klan. All right. He escaped to Canada after lynching this Jim Williams guy. Black brother who was the leader of some militia. He fought in the war and he was clearly with the smoke and they was trying to get him up out of here. And then don't run. Don't delete the man and run. Stand 10 toes.
Just how we got cowards today, man. Glory to the ancestors. We weren't there during those fights, but there's always been traitors. There's always been cowards. The brother Williams, he probably had folks running, turned on him. Because come on, talking about here freedom. He one of the freedom fighters. Yeah, come on, man. Protect the brother. He leading the charge. Like how that brother go ahead to lead him and then get to escape. This is a time to go. It's just time to go. Folks can't be attacking our leaders like this. We got to start doing something. Like I said on the other show, we got these YNs out here deleting one another. They gonna do wicked. Might as well do some wicked over there. Be wicked to them.
That part. Let me see if I can blow this up. James Williams in March 1871. York Company Klan member led by Dr. Rufus Branton Lynch, Black militia Captain James Bryant, hanging him from a tree near his home, 1.5 miles away. His body was buried to the brick house. The next day, where a coroner's inquest was held, says the deletion was part of a wave of Reconstruction era Klan violence. That Reconstruction. So this was what, the Civil War, right around freedom, emancipation, all this stuff going on. We about the new turn of the century, and they could not accept it. They like, these black folks got land. Y'all giving them power. Y'all naming these guys war heroes because they fought in the Civil War and all this stuff. White folks weren't trying to hear it. They couldn't come to terms with it. Grant, like I said, they like, hold on. Slavery is still a thing, but it wasn't, clearly, because he was held accountable for his crimes.
Y'all know how these brothers was. We done seen some videos of Fred Hampton and some of those OGs back in the day. It is what it is. Jealousy. Not low level jealousy, deep down to the bone marrow jealousy. Those white men couldn't stand to see them free black men. That's why they got us out the house. Do y'all not see how this all comes full circle? Salute to these sisters. They got these organizations going on, keeping our ancestors' honor alive. However, we need more men. We need more families. We get more respect that way. It's more honorable that way. Like, not trying to bring dating into this, but I'm seeing what I'm seeing, man. Yeah.
That part. So with that being said, we definitely gonna take this Dr. Williams to the pit.
Oh, the pits of Hades forever and ever and ever.
Madness.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Yeah, they got brighter. Compared, I guess, they're brighter. It's hard to tell sometimes, but a little brighter.
And shout out to Rachai. Says Gavin X, go back to the cowboy video. I think we missed something. Everything I saw in that room was made or invented by blacks.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. Yeah, shout out to the raspy voice cowboy. I like that dude. I see a couple of his videos. Now he's talking about the brother, I think, with the raspy voice.
Oh, you talking about that brother there. I have to pull
the last video you had.
It's actually a longer video than that, so I'll pull that back up, Rachai. All right, in a minute here. But right now, we're gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna pull this up. We gotta talk about my guy here. All right, Dr. Fubar. Shout out to the sister Pink Book Lessons. We've been talking about FBA and what it stand on. He done crossed the line, I see.
Well, let's see. Last week, visited Dr. Umar. The school was done being built. We on the up, right? We're doing better now.
The growing understanding of a movement called FBA.
Okay.
Pan-Africanism and FBA. How do they contrast or complement one another?
Okay. Well, first of all, Pan-Africanism is the black man's oldest formal political ideology. We gave birth to the first free, independent black nation in the world, Haiti. Right. Pan-Africanists are some of your greatest black leaders, your greatest black organizers. If you're looking at achievements, nobody compares to Pan-Africanists. Nobody. Hebrews, Moors, Nawapians, Gods and Herbs, Nation of Islam, I love them all. Nobody compares to Pan-Africanism. If you want to go achievement for achievement, you can put all them together. You don't touch us.
Umar says Pan-Africans are the best. No one is touching them. He said they have more achievements than other melanated people. Will somebody please go check on Umar? Yeah, go check on Umar and see what's going on.
Okay, and I say that respectfully, but it's the truth. Okay. ADOSFBA, respectfully, I'm going to go with both groups because they represent basically the same thing, but there are differences.
He's calling them both groups, but for the record, FBA is a lineage. There is no organization or group associated. Gotta fact check it because Umar is just saying anything. Umar can call ADOS a group if he's referring to the actual organization.
So there we go. This going down the rabbit hole, right? This is where we talking about Pan-Africanism. That's what Umar is. He think that we are all black globally. I don't care if you're from Jamaica, Africa, wherever. You in UK, we Pan-African. Then you got the ADOS. That's the African descendants of slavery. All right. That's a whole nother group. The ADOS, ADOS, African descendants of slavery. Then you got FBA, Foundational Black Americans. So I don't, man, see like a lot of segregation amongst ourselves. I don't know.
Sister Ebony, this is my concern. Too much division. Here's the thing. Like, what's the difference between FBA, Foundational Black Americans, ancestors? That means you could trace your lineage back to a certain year. Don't remember, let us know, Sister Ebony. And now this descendants of Africa, what's the difference? What's the difference between FBA and what you say, ADOS? What? Well, I'm not seeing too much of a difference.
There is. I'm sure y'all gonna let us know in the chat. They're gonna explain it here. Hit the like button. I don't know, like you say. I guess there is maybe a slight couple degrees of separation, but
all right, let us know, Umar.
Organization. But FBA is not a group at all. It's a designation only. ADOS, however, is technically both. He's mixing them both up, and I know he understands the difference. So I'm not sure why he's doing that. He's calling them both groups, but for the record, FBA is a lineage. There is no organization or group associated. Gotta fact check it because Umar is just saying anything. Umar can call ADOS a group if he's referring to the actual organization, but FBA is not a group at all. It's a designation only. ADOS, however, is technically both. He's mixing them both up, and I know he understands the difference.
Oh, there you go. I mean, a lot.
So, ADOS, political organization with chapters and leaders. Chapters and leaders. FBA is just lineage. That's our lineage. That's blood. Okay, that's a clear difference. But can the ADOS represent FBA? An FBA interest? God dang it.
Oh, here we go. I'm gonna drop the link for Sister Ebony. I'm sure Sister Ebony gonna come up and educate us. Shout out to Ebony. I'm gonna let this go.
So I'm not sure why he's doing that.
So ADOS,
which is a descendant of slavery.
No, they're first. FBA comes later.
Okay.
Okay, but they both exist. FBA is more popular, right?
Okay.
ADOS FBA. I don't have a problem with the American African people seeing the need to make it clear to other branches of the global African family that when you come here, you need to be clear that we built the house and rolled out the carpet for you. Be respectful in my home the same way you would want for me to be respectful in your home. So the concept of that American African identity, I have no issue with it.
Now, ADOS and FBA, neither are groups of Africans. So I don't know why Umar is still calling Americans Africans when it's been established that continental Africans are the real Africans. And for the most part, everybody everywhere else, they don't call themselves African unless they immigrated to a certain place from Africa. Yeah.
All right, so the lie here. I'll get you and Sister Ebony. I'm sure you got something to say. A lot of confusion, huh?
Well, there's not too much confusion to it because ADOS, that's like an organization. They had chapters, and I believe you had to even pay to become a member of it. But that is a dead brand. We're not rocking with that anymore. You know, we are American descendants of slaves, but we're not having any more language that's complicated. We are foundational Black Americans. We're not getting jumped in. There's no membership. It's your lineage. Okay. It's all based on your paperwork. So it's very cut and dry. If you are not a direct descent, or if you don't have direct descendants from, this country, then you are not a foundational Black American. It's very cut and dry. It is a term that can never be remixed or co-opted, or people are trying to backdoor their way in and stuff. They were talking about like people from the U.S. Virgin Islands, not you, Man Evolve, but I'm saying some of the people from your islands were trying to claim that they are from, they're the U.S. Virgin Islands, and so they are a part of the lineage, and that could be anything further from the truth. So we are defining who we are. It is being recognized on a national level at this point, on a political level. Even Trump was talking about it, in one of his last speeches or whatever. And so that is the difference. It's not a membership. You can't join. You can't buy in, but you can support us. To all of our loved ones and friends from the diaspora, you can support us, but that is what Foundational Black American is.
I like that. And the term, FBA is new to me, but it sits well in my spirit. I like it. It makes sense. But I also believe, like you said, Sister Ebony, this ADOS, all these other different terminologies are like internal backdoors, internal Trojan horses that we are doing to ourselves. So we got something that if you ask me, makes sense. FBA, Foundational Black American. Clear-cut definition, done and done. But now, we're going to throw all this other stuff in the mix and just muddy the waters. We can't do that to ourselves. White man going to do that enough. We can't do it to ourselves, Umar. Simmer down, brother.
Yeah, and it's really just all about defining who we are. We were told that we were African Americans, and we were told that we were Negroes for the first time. We are defining who we are. We are looking back into the history books and into our lineages, and we are defining who we are. That is the first step to gaining the freedom and gaining what we're trying to get from the American government, which is our reparations. This is the first step of taking a stand on who we are and defining who we are, because that actually brings power.
And I think Umar, he's a little bit cart before the horse, if you will, because like you're saying, I think if you live in this country and if you are FBA, you have to be FBA first. I think you have to identify there first. And then if you, got some degree, if you feel some type of way about the whole Pan-African thing, I don't have an issue with it, but you can't lead with it. Especially for the people that do rock with us. Granted, we don't have an issue with those people. And like you said, you can be on board, you can help out from the outside. But the thing is, you got to know where you at first. And he's putting that first. And it's like, well, we got our own fight to take care of.
It annoys me that we are so uncomfortable looking out for our own interests. Did you guys not see, those videos that Miss H just put on display of some of our brothers and sisters showing places where we were made into strange fruit? If you cannot identify with that trauma, that struggle, that unworldly torment, you're not FBA. And that's fine. Like Miss Ebony Dees, that's fine. Like, I'm proud of who I am, as everyone should be. At the very same time, there's pain in that pride. Don't be saying y'all want the pride, but y'all didn't take the pain. No, don't go that way.
Yeah, and you guys be careful with Umar and his new terms, because that might come with a membership, and he might be asking for more donations for y'all to join. So just steer clear. Foundational Black Americans, there is no fee or nothing. That is what we are defining as who we are, and just kind of watch out for Umar, because I don't even think them school doors is open. I think that was all cap. So I don't know.
We gotta see. He ain't less. We gotta see. We ain't get an update. We waiting on the inspectors to give him the okay. So we waiting.
There we are, and we got some super chats.
Appreciate you, International Quiet Storm, one of KS's original moderators. Always good to have you, brother. Says, get ready to hear donations 5 times in this clips. Donations. Appreciate you, Emmanuel. Been a member for 2 months. Says, ADOS is for American descendants of slavery. See, now that's getting muddy. So is FBA.
Yeah. So we're going to let this keep going. He ain't done.
Yeah, continental Africans are the real Africans.
And then on top of that, it's contradictory in this way. You still identify with the white man.
So Umar is saying if you identify as an American, you're identifying with a white man. If you identify as American, you recognize that this is the land that you're from. That shouldn't be controversial. And he's talking about that name means that you're identifying with white people. The name Africa itself, it came from Europeans. Europeans named several places. St. Kitts, St. Lucia, Barbados, Puerto Rico, Bahamas. They named the island shared by the DR and Haiti. So saying people identifying with their homeland is identifying with white people? I mean, let's be honest. Calling yourself Jamaican doesn't mean you're identifying with white people. You're talking about the land, the country you're from. Or calling yourself African. That's not identifying with Europeans. I think everybody understands this. But for some reason, Umar is only saying this about Americans.
After all I've been through in this country, I'm still going to wave their flag. After all I've been through in this country, I'm still going to use their colors. After everything I've been through in this country, I'm still going to identify with the plantation and call myself an American.
Just like everybody that's been through slavery or colonization in their country, they still wave their country's flags if colonization was involved.
I mean, like, stop that, Umar. Stop that. Like, you trying to build a school here in America. If you felt that strongly, you would be building a school elsewhere. Like, what are we talking about? Like, here's the thing, man. Granted, America got to cut the check, but I wouldn't want to live nowhere else. Like you said, y'all be careful with that, Umar. Like she said, Africa, the whole planet has been colonized. So if you understand that, then that's just goofy what he's talking about.
Umar, the type of brother, he rejects, anything on this land because he can't appeal to the rules. Like there's some parts of Umar I like. However, I can acknowledge that he got that kind of nug, trying to get over type mentality. He comes across like the type of ninja that, don't pay his taxes and always, hustling, grinding, always busy, but ain't getting no motion. Really, most respectfully, this is what I from the outside looking in. And that's why I think he spits this I ain't American rhetoric, because he can't foot it. He can't deal with it. So he got to always be, I don't know, the Prince of Pan-Africanism. That's wicked.
Yeah, and just because we are calling ourselves foundational Black American, we are, we're defining who we are, and we are acknowledging our history and what we went through in this country. That is not trying to identify with the white colonizers. It's actually identifying us as a melting pot, because we had the Black Native Americans that were already here. And then mixed in with some of the slaves that came over from West Africa and all that. And so we were like a melting pot, and we figured out we had our own language, which was the Tut language. We figured it all out. And so that is just an ode to our past and paying homage to it. And there's nothing wrong with all the things that we went through. It made us who we are today, and it's what keeps us fighting for the things that we're trying to look for within this country. So there's nothing wrong with calling ourselves that, and we're not trying to identify with white Americans whatsoever. We're actually trying to separate ourselves by doing that.
Man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
They're still speaking another language. My thing is, everybody is not African. When we say African, we're talking about the people that are actually from Africa. I think if Umar is so disgusted with America, he can't stand the name American or the American flag, then why not move to Africa and officially become an African? You can build your school in Africa for the African children and support their education, since he already said years ago he didn't want ADOS or FBA children at his school. If you want to truly stand on business, move to Africa, really support the Africans, instead of sitting in America trying to call Americans Africans. For those who didn't get the memo, the term African American is being buried along with Jesse Jackson. Condolences to the Jackson family. We can still acknowledge good things he's done, but we're also laying to rest calling Black Americans African American, and that's what Umar is upset about. He's trying to make everybody African everywhere. And for forever, the only people that will hold to that will be Africans and then Black Americans in America. But truthfully, the real Africans are in Africa, or they immigrated from Africa. And of course, Umar knows this already, but he's steady trying to push Pan-Africanism, a concept that's dead in 2026.
I think when I look at all of the movements together, I'm just concerned that we do have a lot of infighting. But with that being said,
that's okay, because I'm bringing a solution to this. Since we're knocking on the door of FDMG being ready, there needs to be a progressive American African movement that looks out for the best interests of the American African people, that does not demonize our brothers and sisters abroad, and that looks to build relationships with them as far as that can be done.
Wait, what?
So my movement to counteract the negativity of these movements we're discussing is going to be the DAFA movement. DAFA, descendants of African freedmen in America. Remember, Loon?
Oh my God. Omar, what the
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
Here we go. We've been sitting here all night saying we need to narrow it down. Let's get on the same page. Umar said, not so fast. Let me muddy the water a little bit more. So now he's not Pan-African. He's died mindful or whatever the hell he just said.
Descendant of who gives a rat's patootie. I got triggered. Yeah, at that point, he said he wants to make sure. I'm trying not to raise my voice. He said he wants to make sure that whatever we're doing as adults and tripos and whatever we're doing, we don't want to be demonizing our brothers and sisters in Africa. Two things. First off, we ain't demonize nobody. And two, why the hell is that a concern with all the other stuff we got to worry about? Why are we worried about not demonizing instead of worrying about getting knowledge of self? That's why, listen, Gavin X and I sat up here, and I still believe it wouldn't be detrimental to send our kids to an established, legit school that he creates. Because I was thinking, oh, he's going to teach them, knowledge of self and all this good stuff. However, if your agenda is some connection with Africa so you could try to extract, I don't know, but it's coming off wonky. We need to be worried about us and our struggle. I don't want to say we don't have a connection with that continent. We all do, but we here. Our connection, our land, our blood was spilled here.
Yeah, and with the whole DAFA, he's got his new lineage is going to be DAFA, and it AKA stands for the fuck. Because what are you talking about? But here's the thing with Umar, the Pan-African thing, that was a one-sided thing. We were the ones who were sending monies from our churches and sending monies to build orphanages and doing all that. We were the one keeping the connection with Africa. We were the one, whenever the Africans and people from the diaspora came over, we were the ones showing them the way and showing them love, inviting them to our churches and into our culture, whether they wanted to or not. The offer was always extended. So we were the ones keeping up with the connection, and it was very one-sided. When all the things that were going on with our country, with civil rights and all that, they weren't really rocking with us and fighting for us. And when all the stuff was going on with Mandela and everything in South Africa, our foundational Black American artists were promoting concerts and saying, hey, we're not even going to perform if you guys, don't stop what's going on in Africa. So it's a very one-sided thing. The thing about today is that we're realizing what everything is, and we're just like, you know what? We got to focus on ourselves, and we have to handle our business here, and everybody has to hold their own nuts, because for over 50, 60 years, we've been the one always doing everything, and that's just where we are with it. There is no Pan-Africanism without us, because it was always one-sided.
Listen, I know what his angle is. Umar, I don't know if he still does, but he did a lot of speeches and talking over in Africa. That's where he get his ego. For a while, he was doing it, man. He was over there. Umar trying to practice some type of polygamy. He trying to get some kind of, trade going on with Africa so he can go over there and get him 2, 3, 4 big booty Nigerian women's. That's his aim. I believe this is coup d'etat, coup d'etat madness he got going on.
And I find it kind of funny how at first he was like, this was going to be a foundational Black American school and all this stuff. And then he was taking all of the money. And then all of a sudden now he's like, we're only going to be teaching Pan-Africanism. And now if you're foundational Black American, you can't come to this school and all this. That was after all the donations. So that's kind of where you see where he's at with everything.
Has he said that? Or if you are FBA, you are not welcome to the school?
He said that he doesn't want to have FBAs at the school. Yeah. I think he even just said it right now, but yeah, you can look it up. But he said that's not the kind of school that he wants to have. He has a Pan-African school.
So be it. Appreciate the Twan John come through. Says we were the first concentration camp. Google Namibia, 1905. I believe it.
That part. So here we go. It's crazy.
Was that Disco Darren thing?
Yeah.
After freedom came, we were known as what? Freedmen. That was a legal classification. We were the freedmen. My 3 times great-grandfather George fought in the Civil War. My 4 times great-grandfather Steve fought in the Civil War. My cousins Lewis and Charles, the sons of Frederick Douglass, fought in the Civil War. I'm a descendant of freedmen who fought to keep this country from being divided.
Umar says he's an African freedman, so he's now starting DAFA to shut down ADOS and FBA.
And we have rights as freedmen, so we're fighting as descendants of African, not no American. You ain't never putting that in no title, no organization of mine.
So he's trying to start an organization like ADOS. And I guess since FBA is not an organization, he's looking to snatch some of the FBA over too to join his organization, DAFA.
Descendants of African freedmen in America.
I like that. Do you think you're gonna get pushback for even?
Omar is on a crazy train. All right, I hear him, but it's such a crazy train. All right, he rides so hard with this African stuff. I get it. But like he say, he been to the continent and he's in bed with some of them people. Who knows? Maybe some of the presidents of some of these countries and whatnot. Who knows who's funding him, to speak like this, just like the small hats. They find people to speak for them and they put money in your bank account. So Umar got different agendas.
Thank you. Just how, who was that? They say entertainers can't be leaders. Same here. It was that Malcolm X, huh? Yeah, maybe that's why he don't like that, because I don't think Malcolm X was into Pan-Africanism. But yeah, stop that. Stop. You can't be a leader. I said that he got some connection over there. Something. He got some folks that are influencing him. That's what I'm getting. Why do I feel that way? Why do I think that? Because of the damn division. FBA now got to be, those of freedmen. And how do you check that? We know how we check to verify for FBA. That makes sense. I like it. It's simple. It makes sense. Why add these other things just to take America? That's why Ebony did. I just want America out. Right. So it could be foundational Black Africans.
And that's why I was saying it's a crazy train, because I said, I hear what he's saying. All right, we don't want to be America. Oh, this is white man stuff, but we can't even go down that rabbit hole. Go find, and then I get it. We got the scholars out there. Y'all know the names of all this stuff. This was named this before that. And, Jesus is Yahshua, and we can go down all the rabbit holes. Well, let's pull out the original everything so we can know, whatever America was.
Yeah, and to his point, we are the descendants of freedmen and everything, but he's just trying to tie the African thing into it, and that's just not the type of time that we're on now. Right now, we're in a new era, and we're focused on us and the things that we're trying to do in this country. We can get back to Pan-African if it's going to be two-sided later on down the road, but right now we're just focusing on us, and that's just kind of where we are.
Amen.
That's it. So. And I know a lot of this stuff boils down to just personal vendettas and beefs and stuff. So I know, he don't get along with the Tariq Nasheeds and people like that. And there's a lot of real direct beef. So if you rock with that, I'm an opposing force. So a lot of this boils down to that. It's not for the greater interest. It's not for the greater good of everybody. It's just an infighting. So
see that a weenie measuring contest. Thank you. That's what I'm getting. Pride and ego. Anytime you insert toxic pride and ego into any situation, it makes it worse. There's no way around it. Shout out to my father-in-law, told me that. Anytime, there's zero exceptions. You interject pride and ego, the situation get worse because folks start thinking with their emotions, and it's over.
Yeah, and it just all goes down to what you are comfortable with. If you like the term foundational Black American and it resonates with you and your lineage and everything, then rock with it. If you like American descendants of slaves, that's your thing. But what it's going to boil down to is that paperwork. And when that time comes, you need to have everything in order. Call yourselves whatever you want, but lineage is a lineage and it cannot be denied.
Amen.
There we go.
Appreciate you. OG Richai says Pan-Africanism was during Marcus Garvey. Umar is outdated and out of pocket like the New Age jackleg preachers in those mega churches. There you go. And I know he looks up to Marcus Garvey. That's his guy. 100%. Yeah. I think Marcus Garvey may be considered, I guess, the king a Pan-Africanism. But brother Umar, respectfully, brother, you ain't no Marcus Garvey.
And it was a different time in history. There was more unity 100-some years ago. 100 years ago, and it was different time. We had less information. We didn't know some of the facts that we know now. So it's just a different time.
Indeed.
Yeah, and even Marcus Garvey, he was trying to get Pan-Africanism and everything going in Jamaica, and they weren't rocking with him. He couldn't do it until he got to America, and we were on board with it. And so that just goes to show that it's always one-sided, and we were the ones to really put on for it. So there it is.
See, the Jamaicans had a more connection with their people in Jamaica. In the United States, our connection was being beat and lynched out of us. So I believe that's why we were so quick to jump on. We trying to join anything that ain't part of a tree. Shoot. Appreciate y'all, the Design Studios. So it sounds like Umar is a plant. Division rhetoric. Keep falling for this nonsense. We ain't falling for it, man. Big shout out to Jezel Ron, come through with the 50 ball. Appreciate you. Says, I'm a proud Haitian. God bless Haiti. Appreciate you. Says, that lives in the United States and love me some Mr. Walker Gavin X. Appreciate you. No Diddy. I would lend you guys a hand to battle if it come down to it. Thank you and your ancestors for making it possible for me to be here and get this bread. See, that's what I'm talking about. Blessings to your brother. See that? That's what I'm talking about. Say it with your mouth, with your chest. Blessings, brother. God bless Haiti.
Yeah, and this is what we're looking for from people from the diaspora, is just a little support. And when we talk about everything and talk about our history and everything, this is what we're looking for. Shout out to him.
There we go.
That part.
Appreciate you, Jezel Ron. Big shout out to Haiti. Listen here. As much as the wicked white American man hates Haiti, I can't help but love it. It's a reason why I hate Haiti. Appreciate you, Jezel.
That part. And like you say, shout out to all the brothers and sisters abroad that really rock with us, and understand the struggle, and don't come to America and just say, oh, black folks are lazy or this or that. It's much more deeply rooted than we all understand, and we learning together. A lot of this stuff, you got, traumatized people that was raised by traumatized people that was raised by traumatized people, and there was never any therapy along the way. And people say, oh, well, how can that affect you today? Because I was raised by a person that was raised by a person that was raised by a person, and the trauma just keep getting passed down. So it's not victim Olympics, but it is a fact, and we got to break it. Hence why what we do, we are doing the work.
Amen. It's that passed down trauma. And even scientists will acknowledge that trauma is passed down via DNA. It's not a myth, it's a science. Some of those feelings that you feel when you see them cotton fields and those old slave quarters, that's in your DNA. You are having a biological effect to the visuals and the words, especially if you can go out there and touch it and smell it. It is what it is.
Right. And to those effects too, Mr. Walker, the food that we were given during slavery, that salt pork and cornmeal and sometimes molasses, we ate that for generations and generations. And that biologically changed our DNA because that was not anything of substance or nutrition. And so that's how we got all the hypertension and, high blood pressure, like all these different things that all came from the diet. And that's why we need to reverse it by eating right now and, to just try to get back on track. But all that stuff was it was all for biology and to alter our DNA. And it did.
Amen, sister. Shout out to Uncle Caesar, always coming through supporting. Appreciate you, OG. says, I'm unable to do weekends with SBC. I was told to check this out. The simple truth. FBA built the foundation of this economy and still fighting to benefit from it till this day. FBA is a distinct lineage. Yes, that's that part. Shout out to Unc. FBA built the foundation on which this economy still stands. We are the foundation. If you look at the great American dream and wealth, at the very bottom is just blood and guts and gore and bones of our ancestors built the foundation. Know that.
There we go. Huh. You muted, Eb. You was trying to say something.
I was just saying hey to Uncle C's. Hey, what's up?
Shout out to Unc.
Yeah, get that money, money. Gotta get that money, money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Big shout out to the Indigenous Stallion. Come through with the 20 Truth Over Lies memberships. We appreciate you. Y'all want to make sure y'all re-up these no-cost memberships. A lot of our content is becoming members only. You don't want to miss out on it. Re-up on those memberships. Appreciate your brother, Indigenous.
Appreciate your brother.
Every last person running around that church gonna leave church, go eat them some salt pork, drink them some whiskey, and gossip, lie, and fornicate. Nah.
Amen. Amen.
Appreciate your lovely sister Olawa always coming through. Came through, gifted 5 Truth Over Lies memberships. Appreciate you, sister.
Yeah! Boom, appreciate your sister Olawa. So here we go. We ain't done with Umar yet. Look at him.
Rights as freedmen, so we're fighting as descendants of African, not no American. You ain't never putting that in no title, no organization of mine.
So he's trying to start an organization like ADOS. And I guess since FBA is not an organization, he's looking to snatch some of the FBA over too to join his organization, DAFA.
Descendants of African freedmen in America.
I like that. Do you think you're going to get pushback for even launching that?
It don't matter. I'm stronger than both of them groups put together.
Okay, and Umar says he's Debo. He can steal from both FBA and ADOS and make these Americans classify as African because he's, quote, stronger than both of them. You heard that? Umar says he's stronger than all of them. Listen, I already gave my advice to Umar before. Umar should not be spending his time on podcasts, radio shows, or traveling. His commentary gotta fall to the back, and he should be devoting 100% of his time to opening up that school. Now, he did say recently that the school was done, but that's not going to be official until there's paperwork. He's going to have to get that certificate of occupancy. And from my understanding, there's not an application yet. So the only way to get out of the school always being brought up when he's trying to make a point or when he's talking about creating another institution, he's got to deliver on the school first. But speaking of the school, I don't think it's going to matter much for Black Americans because he already said he specifically didn't want FBA and ADOS there, which is crazy because Black Americans donated the most. But I digress. Umar went on to argue about how.
So there you go. It's more of a conversion or a trying to convert you over. So he wants you to say it out your mouth. It's not the fact you can be foundationally Black, but you must identify as whatever the hell he tell you. So don't come in here saying you are FBA, you brainwashing my school and you toxic. You can't bring that ideology in here. That's what he's trying. So you got to wipe that out and what do you say, DAFA or whatever?
Yeah, DAFA, Descendants of Freed Men or some bull jive.
I think it's Freedman African or something. Whatever it is, it's African at the end.
Yeah, Descendants of Freed Africans. Descendants, yeah, something like that. Freedmen, this is goofy. But like I'm now the hope that I had for Umar is gone. What's wrong with being FBA? I don't find FBA to be divisive. We are too inclusive to a fault. This is being too inclusive to a fault. Nothing wrong with saying we are the descendants. FBA, we are foundational Black Americans. This is why. If you don't fit this, you are not a part of this. That's not a problem. Miss X told a story not too long ago about being in the pool league. And still to this day, they ain't got a problem saying you ain't, this culture, you ain't Slavic, you ain't Polish, you can't come into this club. All right. Or if you do, you need written permission. All right. What's wrong with us doing the same thing? Y'all ninjas ain't supposed to be so high and mighty. That's the problem. Yes, we allowed to have some pride, Dr. Umar.
Right. And with Dr. Umar, he's like any other person that comes over, when they have a base, his fan base was us. It was foundational Black Americans. And whenever he was trying to raise money for that school, he was promoting it for that reason and that reason, only. So how come you didn't get all your Pan-African people from Africa and the diaspora and all that to fund this school? No, you got the money from us. And then once you got the money and didn't produce, now all of a sudden you want to cut us out. That is very tether-like behavior. And this is the type of stuff that we don't rock with.
That part.
Appreciate your Project Leroy. Always coming through, brother. Says, can we please send this 3-time grifter back to Cuba?
I don't know about Cuba, but we're going to put him in the pit.
Bye, Dr. Umar.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
I'll see where I go. We talked about it before. I think Dr. Umar's heart is in the right place, but that don't get you too far. His heart in the right place, but he shouldn't have nothing to do with the finances, the money, none of that. And that's where I think it's going wrong. But his reputation already jaded and his ego is making it worse. If he would just be a little humble, he's like, oh, it don't matter about those other groups. I'm more powerful than them anyway. That's why you get no sympathy nor empathy, Umar.
Right. And it's just about the betterment of the group. Like there's no leader. The code is the leader. So there's no, all this infighting stuff. This is not what it's about. It's about the betterment for our people. And that's just what it is. So all that ego stuff, he can put that on that one-way Tom Joyner cruise back to Cuba. He's going to be on the next thing smoking if he doesn't get his act together.
The cruise. Appreciate you, brother. Divine Photos, one of the best infield journalists in the game. Says Umar is an opportunist. Whenever he sees something trending, he tries to take advantage of it. Scamming at its finest. Shout out to all of the opportunists out here. Shout out to Anton.
Listen, Umar let y'all know at every chance he get that he is a descendant of Frederick Douglass. All right, he tying his roots back. Umar, like my folks go back. What y'all talking about? 1700s.
Yeah, but it's all cap though, because even his family and Frederick Douglass's family came out and said that was all cap. So when your own people, when your own family, your own dad came out and just called you a fraud. So, what do you have to say after that? It's all lies, Umar.
You muted me.
Here we go. We're going to show y'all this. We're going to show y'all what Umar could be doing. We're going to take a second for Black excellence here.
Okay.
A new community boxing gym is hoping to make a difference in the lives of young men. The gym is the brainchild of Indiana's own Mike Epps.
Great idea. It looks like the actor and comedian wanting to open a place that would lead kids toward personal victories over violence. And Rafael Sanchez got an exclusive first look inside.
Inside the ring, a new world is opening up for young people seeking better in what they do and how they dream.
Not even just about boxing, it's championship mindset. That sets you up for life, for anything that you want to do. If it's in the ring, outside the ring.
I want to do something new in my life. Like, I want to build a way up.
1, 2, 3, Don't get stronger.
This is the Right Jab Boxing Gym near the Indiana State Fairgrounds. The founder, Indy's own Mike Epps, a boxing fan who envisions using the sport, its footwork, its fierceness, in a fight to open new paths to the possible.
I see. So there we go. Shout out to brother Mike Epps. All right. You know, doing the right thing. It got to start small, Umar. Umar should have started with like an after school program or something, a little workshop showing boys how to build, you know, small things and build up to something. But to try to start so grand, knowing you bit off more than you can chew and then start using the finances for your personal lifestyles and stuff. No, like I said that before, he should never been in charge of any finances. And I say the bigger question on top of Umar are all the people who sent him money. All right, I know some of y'all been up on our panel, said y'all done sent them bread, but granted, but to do it without questioning him or looking into it, seeing if there was any, you know, treasurers or people on any boards, people were just blindly handing over money. So two things is true.
Yeah. You know, I love the fact that folks got on board the way they did. And don't be tainted by this one example of Dr. Umar, because, you know, there may be other leaders come down the line that ain't so scam-rific.
But here's the thing. You should provide, just be transparent. Provide your proof. You should not be moving like Umar, like it's a one-man show. I do everything. I'm going to be teaching. I'm building the school. I'm wiring the school. No, there need to be people involved. You need to be just maybe the spokesman or something.
Well, you talked about this last time. Yeah, Dr. Umar, the transparency would have been key. That's why we all speculate the worst, because we don't know he don't give us anything, no type of spreadsheet where money is being allocated. We have no idea, so we can only assume. But shout out to the brother Mike Epps. This is what I'm talking about. You see this setup? Like Mr. X said, start with something smaller, something you could control, man. You got this boxing gym, and it is going to be perfect. This is my speed right here. Get in there. Kev said that. Get in the ring and get punched in the face. There's no danger. You learn how to be a man, how to deal with discomfort. This is beautiful. And look, you see the old timer? The old timer running it. This all coming full circle. What we talk about. In order to get programs like this going, ain't gonna be no pay too much for nobody that's gonna be sitting here opening the doors, cleaning up. The old retired folks need to go and start donating and volunteering their time to stuff like this. This is the only way they run. You can't say, "Oh, I work for Omar Epps. I got his gym. He paying me $30,000 a year." No, you get paid in satisfaction with helping the kids. You might get a little soft drink, maybe a little huggy, a hoagie, but you ain't about to get money for helping your community like this. But that's why I say retired people, financially stable people.
Not only that, but the young childless men or any man, any childless man. I know that's when I was giving back the most before I had children. I volunteered for 10 years, didn't make one dime. In fact, I gave money. I've spent tons of money on. So yeah, but that's, you know what I mean? I didn't have no kids. I was flexible. had more time. So, you know, spend less time doing goofy stuff, maybe chasing Kudakata and give back a little bit.
That's it. And I've witnessed it, brother. Like I said, honored to that. I always looked up to you for that. Yeah, you did that for a while. Shoot, Gavin X, we used to hang tight in our younger years. And shoot, Gavin going off doing coaching, super dope. And it helped shape his life. And that's my point. Like, that's the payout. Like, you deal with them kids and it can be tough at times, but that fulfillment and being a positive influence on their life, whether they fall to the wayside or not, because some of them fall to the wayside, it's a beautiful bond. It's a beautiful struggle. Yeah, salute to Mr. X.
Yeah, and if you are able to volunteer your time and everything, just seeing all those young men in there being productive, you know, they're learning about life, they're learning self-defense, they're learning about teamwork and all that. That is what we're looking for. These are the programs that we want to donate to. These are the programs that we want to donate our time to. And, you know, who knows, like maybe the program will expand and maybe they'll get other buildings. And if you're volunteering your time and you make yourself of an asset, maybe there will be a room for you to get employment. We don't know, but just the gratitude of just coming and supporting Mike Epps. He's doing so much for the communities over there in Indiana, in his hometown and all that. Those are the programs that we need to support. And I think with Umar, if he would have kept more people abreast on what he's doing instead of knocking people whenever they were asking, what's up with the school and everything. And then he would always like, don't ask about nothing. That's not how you do crowdfunding. People want to know what's going on. They want to know, the updates and everything, not you with your little, your electrician hat with the little light on it going through, making little video tours and showing it online. And it's looking like a deserted building. That's not what the update should be. So this is how you do it. And shout out to him and what he's doing. And these are the programs that we want to support. This is what's going to help our community.
Yeah, the right jab. Here we go.
Boxing gym near the Indiana State Fairgrounds. The founder,
2, 3, right jab!
Indy's own Mike Epps, a boxing fan who envisioned using the sport, its footwork, its fierceness, in a fight to open new paths to the possible.
I see young men learning how to redirect their energy, redirect their thoughts, get exercise. I see a future in it. I see a change in people's lives.
Epps partnered with a fellow Hoosier, former world heavyweight champion Layman Brewster. Brewster coaches, sets the pace, and pulls no punches as to why he's ringside.
Because the whole objective is to get you to think as a champion so you won't think about picking up a gun. Champions don't need guns. This is your lethal weapon. So I'm teaching them to use their mind.
Around the gym, there are portraits and images of the world's top boxers, all to serve as inspirations.
These kind of places save people. Get to find people, get to find their careers, their journeys, their life. This is more than boxing.
I never knew that I could be here. And without him, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here.
Outside, the message on the wall is for all. It reads, "Don't stop and look. Come get this right hook." A challenge to knock out the past for a chance to make it to the next round with pride and purpose.
So there we go. Young nugs out there, just get you off the street. I think this is awesome. We need more of this in a lot of the communities. And that's why I hark on people with the most resources. Granted, Umar is who he is. He's a scammer. He has some type of idea. But the people out there like the Michael Jordans and them, I hold them most accountable because they've been on forever. They've been getting money forever, and they could impact it 1,000 times more than Mike Epps can. Like, these people can instill real change. The Oprahs and the Tyler Perry's, all these people. I just don't rock with them. Magic Johnson, you can go on and on.
There you go.
Even though they do little things, people are like, oh, well, you don't know. He built a community center where he used to play basketball at because it was a tax write-off. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about maybe taking a loss somewhere.
Thank you, Mr. X. Sacrifice for the folks you love. That is human nature. Thank you. And we ain't count pockets, as well said, brother. Yeah, folks that do these things as if they are, also virtuous. Like I said, I built this community center. Your accountant told you to do that. You know what I'm saying? And there was no money out your pocket. If anything, you made money on it.
And it's never in their hometowns. No. It's normally where they played the professional sports at. Have people from our hometown do this type of stuff where they give back to where they play at and then forget about the hometown because it's lost. You just he'll do it, Michael Jordan will do something in Chicago, but where you from? And all the kids in general, like you said, when you got them type of resources, I'm talking about the whole country.
Right. Mike Epps built this one. He got this one little gym going. Can you imagine, the kid-centric, the young man and young woman-centric organizations Tyler Perry and Oprah could build? Instead, they want to build. I ain't knocking their hustle, building studio, movie studios. They could have a whole dang near amusement park type situation.
Well, it's because they're exploiting us. If we was to rise to our highest selves and be operating on that high level, we would not be watching Tyler Perry movies. And then who would watch his movies? If we were all operating as our higher selves, he would be out of business.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't watch too much Tyler Perry. How about you, Sis 70D?
No, I don't watch those anymore either because it's too much with him. There's a lot going on in the whole Medea thing and the dressing up and we there are other ways that we can be funny and there is an agenda. And so I don't know when he's going to realize it, but it is what it is. I don't know if you guys in some of the cities that you live in, but Floyd Mayweather also has gyms. He has like it's like a chain of gyms. I think it's called the Mayweather something, but he has a gym. There's one actually in Seattle. So there are gyms. And if we look at the greats like Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali, they always praise these gyms. And they were like, these gyms saved my life. Like if I didn't have this to go to, then, I wouldn't have been able to train to be a world fighter and all that. So these spaces are important. And like Gavin said, like, there needs to be stuff like this for trade schools and for other things because it's more.
I was going to say that because you said last week how the schools need to.
Right.
No, we can do it ourselves.
Right. And you know what, Gav? When we get our reparations, we can put all our money together and get some trade schools going, and we can make some things shake.
That's it. Listen, being a father, having boys, first time having, boys growing into be teenagers, I'm gonna set up, I'm gonna set up some like training rigs, for plumbing, electrical, just something I'm gonna do. Cause like Mr. X said, when you don't have kids, you can donate your time, but we need to start at home. We must start at home first. We got kids. We shan't not be up here talking about what needs to happen in the world, and we ain't doing it within the confines of our own home. So yeah, I'm big on that trade thing. But Mayweather has his boxing gyms are called Mayweather Boxing and Fitness. He has over 100 locations.
So there we go. Like I said, it's a big thing. Shout out to the brother Mike Epps. And I would say it don't stop there. This is something even bigger. Check this out. This is something we all can do.
Tonight in Ion, Chicago, 40 acres and a mule was a post-Civil War promise made by the U.S. government to formerly enslaved African Americans. The idea was to provide parcels of land and a way to make a solid living.
But that promise was never fulfilled. Now, as we celebrate Black History Month, Sade Gray introduces us to a woman who responded to that broken promise with success.
Liz Abuno is the owner of 40 Acres Fresh Market in Chicago's Austin neighborhood. She's sassy, she's smart, and she pulls no punches.
What would it look like if we actually got our 40 acres?
In Liz Abuno's eyes,
I wanted an open space.
It would look just like this. A Black, woman-owned grocery store.
I wanted to harken back to an era in time, but also make it timeless with like an elevated modern feel.
40 Acres Fresh at the corner of Chicago and Waller, and it stands out. The metal exterior is bold with
Where all my Chicago folks at? Y'all got your own grocery store, Black owned, 40 Acres Fresh Market. So, like I said, this is just a woman, but people come together community-wise. We always talk about the Asians. And I told y'all when I was in that Asian community in New York, and they got their own stuff. If we just put our money together, it don't have to be one person store, but it could be a community store. And you ain't going to have the key to it. Somebody going to manage and operate it.
There we go. Shout out, man. If I lived next to that market, I wouldn't go to another grocery store. I guarantee you. Yeah, we got to support each other with the bias. I'm going to keep saying that till we do it. That's dope. Not going to critique. I seen some things on the shelves, but here we go. It is what it is. Like, this is progress. I know, and I'm about to say what a lot of, detractors will say, oh, why she got all those nasty foods on the shelf? And that's what they provide. And they pretty sure they got fresh foods in there too. Just how you go in Giant Eagle and y'all don't say a daggone things about all those toxic ass foods. Don't say nothing about them in here either. Walk past them, go and get you some fresh fruits and vegetables and patronize your sister so that more of these things can come to be. This is how you do it. And in my mind, my dream is for us all you got to have is 3-4 families, and each person grow one thing. You can switch it up year to year, rotate the soil, don't do the same thing, but one thing, and we all go to each other for what we need. Ebony Dean grow tomatoes. Mr. X grow, yams. I'm growing, what the hell ever. And that's how we do it. We keep our economy amongst ourselves. The small hats do it. Everybody do it but us. This is how it starts. Grocery store food. It's a good start. Salute to this sister.
Right. And shout out to her. Like stories like this, that it makes me so excited, because to all the detractors that are watching, this is what we do with our money. And when we get our reparations and whenever we do get some money, this is the type of things that we want to have. Food is what's going to nourish the community, and it all starts here. So how dope is that? Like Mr. Walker said, I would go there every single day. I would shop there every day. I would support. I know in Seattle, they do like every Friday night they have a market. And so all the Black, company owners will come and bring their products. It's just a lot of lotions, potions, and motions and all that. But well, I still go and support, and I like to just go and see the people and eat the food and everything. But it is one way that with the community, you can get out there and network. But this is what it's about, y'all. This is what we're fighting for. This is what we need in our communities. And this is what's going to help us, further our progress. This is awesome.
Let's say a shout out to Haven's Hair Care. The sister, what's her name? Sister Courtney. Is it Courtney, Gav?
Yep.
Yeah. Shout out to the sister Courtney, man. Since she introduced herself to us over here, my family, we don't buy any other kind of hair products. But what is it called? Haven's Hair Care and Beauty. We don't anywhere. We got to walk it how we talk it. I be dang to come here talking about we got to support each other with a bias and still go to Wally World and grab me some Garnier Fructis. No, we got to start walking like we talk and support Black business.
And there are a lot of Black businesses out there that are doing great business. And there's not everybody is Dr. Umar. So I don't want people to think that everybody is out here scamming and everything. There are actually people doing the real work. And these are the people that we want to support.
Amen.
So
there we go.
45-degree angle panels and trapezoidal windows.
This place used to look like a prison. It was a Salvation Army thrift store, and it had like a small little entrance. There was no windows. It was just all CMU block. And so one of the things that I had in my mind when it came to design was that you have to open it up. This is our beautiful produce department.
When you walk in, Abuno wants you to step back in time with modern general store vibes.
For the decor in this place, I wanted it to feel like a 1950s ice cream shop.
Abuno opened the grocery store last year in September with a lot on her list and a lot to learn. She credits years at General Mills for helping her get the ball rolling.
Grocery is not complicated, but it is complex. And there's a lot of small, simple things that you have to do all at the same time.
She says it's the only fully functioning grocery store in the Austin community. For years, people living here had to drive to faraway neighborhoods, even the suburbs, to shop.
Look around us. The mayor lives on the next block. The man can afford food. But until we got here, he had to go into Oak Park to get food.
While she doesn't like the term food desert, she acknowledges that when it comes to food options, there's vast inequality among communities. It's something she felt the need to address.
You know the saying, like, when the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail? So for me, the only tool I have is grocery. So any problem I see, I'm like, grocery will solve that.
For those who live in the Austin neighborhood, like Samuel Cora, it's a sigh of relief to have a grocery store in walking distance.
Rather than me having to drive 20 minutes away to go find a potato, I can just come here. I was here the other day because I needed some cilantro, and my daughter wanted juice. So I was like, I'll be right back.
The symbolism of 40 acres means a lot to Hanaya King.
Not only are we getting our 40 acres, but we definitely are getting a mule when we got our meats up in here, and it looks healthy. All of our food looks like, it isn't just a look, but it's a real taste.
Abunu's 40 acres is small but mighty, competing against much bigger retailers and succeeding.
If we're charging the same prices as other grocery stores, that means we're doing it right. That means we're competitive. That means we're in line.
Abuno says 40 Acres is not the first Black-owned grocery store, but she says she's proud to walk in the footsteps of those who came before her. Sade Gray, CBS.
So there you go. She really needs to be, look, she got fresh produce and meats and you name it. This is impressive. Like she needs to be doing like seminars and teaching not giving it, but people should be paying her for her knowledge. Almost like the Peach McIntyres. Like y'all, people paying to take a course with her. This woman should have something going, a Patreon or something where, we should be trying to get this established all over the nation.
Amen. Them is fresh cuts of meat. Like it's a different shout out to her talking about a food
She would have
desert.
to be transparent. She's gonna have to open the books up, which is something Black folks don't like to do. I get it, or anybody, but show us the startup costs and what the operation cost and give people an idea, so people say, what, if I get 10 people together, we can do this or whatever the case.
There you go. Big time, man. I love it. Like I said, she getting fresh produce. That's one of the hindrances of trying to be a Black farmer, get into, food. These are raw products. Anytime melanated folks try to get into manufacturing or raw products, whether it's food, items, goods, it's tough. You got raw meat there. A lot of times we are kept out of those circles, those conversations, how to get this, and especially at a good price and of good quality. Yeah, they'll say, oh, the Black folks, y'all get the bad meat. Put that on the shelf. So like you said, salute to the sister. She to connect. See, that's another problem with Black folks, Mr. X. We don't tend to like pecking order. We can sit here and acknowledge this sister. This is her lane. She is the grocery connect. She should be the grocery store queen.
Right. And this is the type of stuff that people, like-minded people like us, we will want to do a seminar with her. We want to figure out how to do these things because the food is what's going to feed the community, and good quality food is what's going to feed the community. These are the things that we need. And hopefully, she's getting off the ground and hopefully she can put something together. And it's definitely something to look into. I'm super excited. I want to go to Chicago just to pull up there, like everything just looks fresh and beautiful. And shout out to her, man. This is what's up.
I love it.
Yeah, the place was definitely clean, and it was, shout out to her doing her thing for sure. Like you said, it's same stuff on the shelves that's in all these other stores. You don't have to buy it if you don't like it. Most of y'all do like it, so we ain't about to go there. Y'all ain't living like Mr. Walker and Ebony, even myself. So we ain't gonna cap.
There you go. Y'all still want those high sugar white breads. Y'all wow. Y'all better change up y'all diet, man. I gotta start showing you that we walking like we talk. I'm gonna give me some Google glasses. Start showing y'all. We ain't hypocrites, dang it.
That part. So, like you said, shout out to the ancestors. This was just a little bit of Black excellence, coming off Dr. Umar. He could have did something like this, or we seen the brother Mike Epps with the boxing gym and just other things we can do to make a change, think outside the box.
There you go. Think outside the box. However, we don't have to recreate the wheel, just duplicate things. A boxing gym, that's been happening. However, you run it the way you run it. That's the magic. Anybody can open up a boxing gym, but the culture you instill and how you run it, that's the magic. You can open up a boxing gym and be a bully. It's like the story of the Karate Kid, right? Cobra Kai, the a-holes versus, Karate Kid, the more wholesome folks. You can run it however you want. You could be Cobra Kai or you could be, the good guys. But yeah, shout out to Mike Epps.
That part. So here we go. We're going to keep it moving. I'm going to bring this next story up. We got a crash out here. All right.
Appreciate you, brother Jezel. Been a member for 4 months. Says great show. Like always, keep up the good work. Sure will do, brother.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Hit the like button.
Newsom told all these Black folks in Atlanta, the ATL, I could relate to you because I got a low SAT score.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
I'm just like you ninjas. So he in a room full of black people. All right, he in a room full of black folks saying, I'm just like y'all. All right, I got a 960 SAT. I can't read. What you got, Ebony?
These people, they need to have like a FBA, consultant or somebody that's going to let them know, because these are not the way that you relate to us. You can't relate to us with degeneracy. Not all of us, actually, a lot of us can read. So they need to work on how to be more relatable to people. It's not with degeneracy. And I'm so tired of seeing this. I can't even believe he said this.
And that's the mayor. That's the mayor of Atlanta. So he's down. This is the the governor of California?
Yes.
Gavin Newsom. And he's down in Atlanta. That's the mayor of Atlanta, that black dude. And they having some kind of talk on the stage in front of a bunch of black folks. And he's like, I can relate to y'all. I can't read either. Huh. Yeah. This is crazy.
Democratic pandering.
Somebody should have walked into that room in that moment like,
you are a false prophet, and security, take him out of here.
What's a good SAT score? What's an acceptable? I see they say the average is what? 1050. The average is approximately 1050. Ain't there two tests? Ain't there like a math and reading and comprehension? I thought there was two sets. I'm saying this because I got a 960 or something. I know I got a 960 on one of those daggone tests, but I can read, damn it. Nah.
Yeah, but with these like old stereotypes, we know how to read, and depending on the district and everything, our kids, we do well in school. We're the most enrolled. The black women are the most enrolled, so they better stop playing with our name. I would love to see what that mayor said back to him. These are the times when you cut people with scholarship and you let them know. You don't let people talk about your people like this. This is when you come with your comeback about and with facts and everything about your culture. And no, we do know how to read, and we do have high SAT scores. So you got to hit these people with that. But he needs to figure out, he needs an FBA consultant. Because you have to learn how to relate to people. This ain't it. And this is not the first politician that has done stuff like this.
He flat out said, I'm illiterate just like y'all. That's what I heard. I'm illiterate just like y'all. Invite me to the cookout.
Seriously. And like you say, it's such a double-edged sword, because a couple things is true. You damn sure don't need to be worried about our issues. Like, granted, we got our own set of issues just like any other culture, but we get it. You talk about the worst of us. There are, kids graduating with like 4th grade read levels and all that. We get it. But there's some stuff for us to clean up, and we are addressing it. It ain't as bad. And you are talking to a room full of adults. So that's where you way off base. So obviously these people in this room, who's your voting base? Who are you pandering to? Is that what you think of us?
Right.
Yes, that's what they do. What's the difference between saying this and say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black? And I keep hot sauce in my purse, and I got bathtub greens. What the heck is the difference?
Right. And what he needs to be talking about is the reparation stuff that's going on in California. That's what we need to hear. We don't need to hear about your stereotypes. Talk about the things that we want to hear about, and it is tangibles. It is reparations for our people, not all this other stuff. So that's what we want to hear. If you're listening, Gavin, we want to be talking about reparations, and tell all your other governors from the other states that that's the type of time we're on. No more of this other stuff.
There we go.
Appreciate you, Baba TOG. Says, must be a crowd of white folks, huh? Seeing them on Tim Black show, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there are whites in the audience, but that's Atlanta. He's in Atlanta, up there with the mayor. We know the demographics in Atlanta. I mean, he is a Democratic. He's going to be one of the guys running for Democratic presidency. So he out here trying to get y'all vote.
By letting y'all know he just as dumb as y'all. Go ahead and vote. Enjoy the vote. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says a reminder, the C and D students run the society. Shout out to the D students. How?
And that's another thing. Like I said, they don't talk about the Bill Gates the college dropouts and the Elons and these people who are, less than, but they, like I said, run the world.
It is what it is.
Right. And these are the same politicians that come to our local churches and, to the schools and all that and do all that pandering, trying to come to the barbecue and the picnic. Stop inviting everybody to the barbecue because they don't need to all be there. Those days are over too.
Appreciate your sister Tabitha. Says FA meeting with ATL. It's a match starting with relatable leadership. Okay. Shout out to Hustlers Philosopher. How you doing, brother? Says, am I in time for the farming conversation? I think we talked about farming, brother. We all gonna get our land. All right, we're gonna get like you, brother.
There you go. So yeah, we were just talking about the black grocery store. You need to link up with the produce.
There you go, brother. Yeah, go ahead with your bad self. Appreciate you, Project Leroy. Says Gavin X Newsom put down the reparations bill in California. Put it down. What that mean? He for it?
Did he veto it, Project Leroy? See, that's what he needs to be talking about. We don't want to hear about nothing else but that.
Appreciate you, OG Richai. Says another Bill Clinton smooth saxophone playing ninja.
Hell. And unfortunately, he gonna get 85% of the votes from black folks. For the ones that do vote.
Appreciate you, Uncle Caesar, the Fishnet King. Says Ebony know my political background. I should go to Cali and get this man's money. Get it. Go ahead, OG.
Yes, you should, C's. We're behind you. We back you. We got your back.
Shout out to Uncle C's. So here we go. We ain't done. This has been in the news all week.
T-Guy, I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
I never seen a man named Andre in a sunken place. Most Andres I know, they very vocal, but this Andre, the mayor, just took it on the chin. He told you, yeah, I could relate to all y'all because I got a low SAT score and I can't read. That's relatable to the Black American community. And this is so on code with that particular party because when they talk about Black Americans, it's always talking down on Black Americans. Oh, we don't need voter ID because that's suppressing the Black American community. They're not smart enough. They don't have enough resources to get an ID. They don't even have computers in their houses. And then when they talk about the immigrants, oh my God, they're so hard working. They add value to this country. Matter of fact, they built the country, just totally discrediting the ancestry of Black Americans because the country was built on slavery, not immigrants. So every time they talk to about Black Americans, it's always talking down.
And they're trying to finesse, like he said right now, even with the whole voter ID thing, where they like, they trying to make it a Black issue when it's really not. When they saying people of color. That's the new term they're throwing around. So they say 20 million people of color will be at risk of losing their voting rights. And you hear people of color, people trying to think Black when it's not, like I said, FBA. They talk about, Somalians or people from whatever country that can't get an ID, or a passport or whatever, military ID. There's many different forms of ID you can have.
Let me find out that we about to be back in the streets trying to regain our right to vote, which has yet to serve us. Like, honor to the ancestors, their struggle, the sit-ins, their sacrifice, the water hoses of dogs. I'm not disregarding that. How the freak ever. Like, my ADHD, I don't like doing things twice. I wasn't there doing those walks in Selma, but man, my spirit was. I ain't trying to. No, we gotta move forward. Like, I can't believe about this. If they take away our voting rights, what the heck? Like, are they not drawing a clear line in the daggone sand? How they feel about us? They already have.
Well, and see, with with Foundational Black Americans, when they did the surveys on what we thought about the the voting bill and the with the voters ID and everything, I think it was like 70% of us are all for it. We want people to be able to have ID. You need to have a legit ID. If I need
That's delineation right there.
No, it's not, because if you're not a citizen, you don't have ID, you shouldn't be voting. But the problem is
well,
like
in a good way. I'm thinking in a good way that would show like who, us from whoever's saying they are. Like we got the IDs. We are, we belong in this country, opposed to the people who they are saying the people of color who will be affected.
Right, but we don't care about that, because y'all shouldn't even, if you don't have an ID or whatever's going on, you shouldn't be here, and you definitely shouldn't be voting on our behalf. The problem is because they know, like the Democrats know that we're not really rocking with them, and so they use the other people of color as like a backup. They've always been able to use them. They were like the Hispanics and the Asians and all that. So they were always the default people. And so now it's like, no, if you don't have ID, you should not be voting in these elections. And now they're panicking because they need them, So now that is going to force them to do what's right for us and to get us our reparations and our tangibles.
And there you go. Because the math just ain't mathing. They talking about 20 million. I say, first of all, there might not even be 20 million adult Black Americans in the FBA. There's not 20 million eligible FBAs in this country. There's only 42 African American. You see what I'm saying? Including children and all that. So, and people who are not FBA. So we're talking about 20 million people. You are not speaking about us. You're talking about everybody, like you said, Mexicans or whoever, Asians, people of color. That could be anybody.
Yeah, I think the number is it 43 million foundational Black Americans, Gav. That doesn't include. Yeah,
well, that's African American. That 43 million is African American.
It is. Okay, we're gonna look into it. We'll look into it.
Yeah, waters it down. But Mr. Walker, check that real quick. But yeah, I believe that 42 million number represents African Americans.
Yeah. But it just goes
or Black or /Black.
Right. But we all have ID. We all know how to go off and get an ID. Even if you're incarcerated, the first thing you need to do when you get out is to get an ID. And I'm not saying that's what we are. We all know how to get an ID. A lot of us have passports too. So they're trying to make it seem like we don't even know what it takes to get an ID. And that's just not true.
Here we go. So Foundational Black American is a lineage-based, online-driven, non-organizational designation, well, these words, representing over 43 million Black Americans, descendants from U.S. chattel slavery. So they, via AI, they are trying to say it is specifically descendants of chattel slavery. So via that definition, that would eliminate foreigners.
Okay. So in that, okay, we all just learned something. I always thought they bundled us all in when it says African American /Black. I was always thought that that's everybody that's in the country that's melanated.
And here we go. Context. As of 2024, the total U.S. Black population, this ain't FBA, says is estimated at roughly 47 to 43 million. So we talking about 43 million FBA allegedly, and only 49% total. That's including immigrants. So there's only supposedly another 4 or 5 million in immigrants.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not that high of a number. It's not like half or anything, but I'm sure it's a couple million within that. That was always my thought, that we are probably more like 38, 37. But then you talk about children. So I'm talking about voting age people. Ain't no 20 million of us. Maybe some give or take.
It's a scary thought, because what if it is? Now they really talk, but nevertheless, it's in their paperwork, their constitution. Our rights are temporary. Our rights have an end date and an ending date for renewal. That's wicked.
There you go. So nonetheless, it's a lot there. So I don't know. I could be off base. Shout out to Rachai saying stop it. I don't know. So do y'all think, are they talking about us? Are we the people of color that's about to lose our rights?
No, we're not. That's the thing of lumping us all together. That's why we have to stick to our foundational Black American script, and everyone else has to hold their own nuts. Y'all figure out how to get an ID, or you can't be in the vote. You know, that's just what it is. This
So
is
that was
something
kind
that
of
we
my
want.
point, is they're trying to rope us in. That was kind of my overall point, is that when they're saying people of color, Black people are getting in hysteria thinking they talking about foundational Black. And I'm like, they're not.
They're not.
That's a dog whistle. They want you to get involved in the fight to think it's you.
There you go. Yep. There, I got you, Miss X. There you go. This ain't our fight. There you go. Yeah, we back to the FBAs. We need to be focused on our fight. How Kev used to say, you know, certain sisters got to get laser-like focus to get their desired outcome. As FBA, we got to have laser-like focus, no distractions, no DAFA, no Scooby-Doo, none of this dumb stuff, man. FBA, or else I get it, Sister Ebony. Like, don't let nobody change up. No, FBA, shut up. FBA, cut the check. Shut up. I love it.
And we also have to keep in mind that they need us. They need us to be outraged about something. And because whenever we make changes. And since we're just kind of falling back and we're just kind of letting everybody, you know, kind of figure their own thing out, now it's a panic because we're always here fighting for everybody. And now they don't know what to do. But so this is the route that we're taking, and we're going to see what happens. But this is not our fight. We do not need to stick our neck out for anybody except for people from our lineage and getting the tangibles for our people.
There we go. So shout out to this Newsom brother. Like I said, he will be running for president. He's trying to relate.
On Black Americans. But yeah, go ahead, key it up. Now, if Trump or JD Vance said anything like in the likings of what Gavin Newsom said in Atlanta, this will be all over the news. Oh my God, they're so racist. Just because you put syrup on feces, that don't make you pancakes, right?
Child, let's see how the Democrats, the indigenous Black Democrats at that, spin this. Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom then got out there in front of a Black audience and told them that he's dumb and can't read just like them. The Black host, he was up there dying laughing instead of being insulted. The audience, not clear of what they thought they heard, they were clapping and cheering. And are we surprised at Gavin Newsom? Because this is how they talk behind y'all backs. Like, how did you think that predatorial talk came about when Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden was in office? See, Democrat voters, they know that they went ahead on and brainwashed y'all. So they know that you're not all that bright. And if you do get the job, oh, it's affirmative action and it's DEI. Let's see how Hakeem Jeffries and Jasmine Crockett spin this.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy. And I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech.
And this dude's too much. He up here like damn Ric Flair or something. I'm 950, huh? I'm a Rolex wearing. I can't read, huh? I got on, Louis Vuitton shoes, but I can't read, huh? I'm just like y'all, huh? I'm spending my whole income tax on a damn buy here, pay here, huh?
He got to fit in. If you don't vote for him, you ain't Black. I'm just like you guys. I'm part of the struggle. I know what it is to be less than. I know. I can't read just like y'all. I heard the same thing. This ain't clickbait. I heard that man say, I'm just like y'all. I'm dumb and ignorant. And folks clapped. They clapped. They said, woo, you part of us. Crabs in the barrel. I hate it. He gonna get results. He gonna get results, man, because as much as we discussed it, there's folks that think white man's water or ice is colder. He's sitting up there. They want to be. I've seen it. I've lived it. As I remember being a kid and seeing some of my elders and parental figures gaze upon white man as if he smelled of lemon pledge and it was walking around with $100 bills coming out his rump. Absolutely not. I guarantee you the the doe eyes in that room are egregious. The great white knight is there to save them.
Yeah, and I don't think politicians have ever really hid their racist views or anything with us. They've always kind of thrown out things subtly like this. But we're to a point where we're not going to be voting for you. And if you have these feelings towards us and everything, and this is what you really think, how dare you come up on a stage and say this about us and then think that we're going to vote for you or vote for a candidate who thinks like you. Like, this is the delusion. And if they don't figure it out, they're going to have a rude awakening when it comes time for elections, because we're not rocking with none of this. Those days are over of us just voting just to vote, just because our ancestors died for us to vote. No, again, they died for us to get something out of the vote. What are we supposed to get out of this if this is what he thinks about us, you guys? We just got to stay focused, family.
That part, that's crazy.
Appreciate you, brother Plateau. Call you Plateau. So shout out to my brothers from another mother. Me and my wife had to read this BS a few times to make it make sense. Appreciate you, brother. Always good to have husband and wife up here. Awesome.
Yeah! Appreciate you, brother, coming through like you do. I'm gonna let this keep going. It's egregious.
Because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
If Trump said what Newsom said, what will be going on right now? I'm telling you what will be going on. Remember when Trump just posted, it was an accidental post of the Obama thing, pastors spoke out. The news media had it on CNN, right? But this type of stuff happens when the Democrats, I want y'all to understand what he basically said. A 96 is based, 960 is basically you cannot read. He just went in front of a room full of black people, Gavin Newsom. Can you imagine that being Trump? And saying, y'all can't read. But they think that of us. They've said that a lot. They've said this to black people a lot. But then we're called coons. We are called Sambos because we vote Republican. We vote for the racist party, but they can tell us, but the Democrats continue to tell black people that voter ID, black people are too stupid to get a voter ID. That if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That I too got a 960 SAT scores when there's a lot of black people who get way better scores than 960. Basically, with that type of score, you can barely get in any college. That's what they think about us. That's why they don't feel like we're that smart, and we prove them right. We prove them right every 2 to 4 years. We prove the Democrats are absolutely right. Because we go out and we vote the same way every time. We go out and vote the same way. We go out and do the same thing over and over again. And you know what that's called? Insanity. When you make the same decisions over and over and over again, wanting a different result. So yeah, Gavin Newsom did. Can you imagine if it was Trump? Can you imagine if Donald Trump went out there and told a room full of black people, or a room full of white people, that black people can't score over 960 on SATs?
This is wild as hell. So here we go. Like Mr. Walk said, the average SAT score is between 1024 and 1050. So it's not that, I mean, about right there out of 1600. It only go up to 1600, you know. And does a 960 mean somebody can't read? What exactly is on it? Would that just mean maybe they just didn't take it serious? I would say most people just don't maybe take it serious enough.
Well, here you go. I know, we were taught, SAT was like, yeah, it was God. You had to pass the SATs. And I'm looking more because I'm stressing I got a 960, and I take offense to this because I'm not freaking illiterate. It says the range likely around 480 in math and 480 in evidence-based reading. So they're saying that 960, you got an equal score on each. I know for sure, like, I'm not the best at math, so I bombed that. But I did not get no damn 480 in evidence-based reading. My reading comprehension are good. I take pride in that, dang it. So
they say 13, only 10% of people score over 1350. So 90% of people fall below 1350.
Is the bar low in our community? Like, should I be more offended by my 960 credit score? It is what it is. Like I hear y'all make me feel better saying the SAT is worthless, but this brother made me sound stupid. If I was in that audience, I'd have something to say to him. Oh, cracker.
It reminds me of whenever you guys were or you guys were reviewing the Kendra G interview that she had when Russell first came on, and he was trying to relate to people, and he was like, I'm just like you, I'm from, I grew up in a trailer. No, that's not relatable to us, so they're trying to find ways to really relate to us, and nothing is sticking. So they need to get somebody on the Black PR team, I'm telling you, because this is never ever going to work.
I mean, seriously. So for that, we're gonna put this ninja in the pit.
Yes, set some on fire.
Oh my God.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Yeah, like I'm still stuck on this 960 SAT because he said you can't get into college. I went to college. Did I get snuck?
He said not many. He said a lot of colleges.
Okay.
Somewhere, just not,
Well, I sure
depends, like you said, athletics, that got a lot to do with it. But if you just were trying to go to school with, you don't play no sports or nothing, hell no, they ain't going to. Stop the cap, Mr. Walker. Now.
Do you know how much anxiety that is? I knew that going well. I always wanted to go to college. Thank God he gave me the opportunity. I went, but I knew if I wasn't going via athletics, I wasn't going. It wasn't happening. That's true. Shout out to athletics, a stepping stone.
That part.
Shout out to OG Richard, always coming through. Says, I never took the SAT or the ACT. Oh, you take me back. Enrolled in college and graduated with a bachelor's degree in honors. Shout out to your OG. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, first of all, they didn't have SATs back when the Flintstones was going to college. So y'all was like using brick and mortar and etching stuff into stones. No,
OG, don't listen to him, OG. Enjoy your day, brother. Enjoy your day.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Richard. All right, here we go. We're going to keep it moving. We got a good one here, Richard. I think you'll like this one. This happened at the award show. I'm sure some of y'all seen this.
Delroy and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
We're here to celebrate.
Screaming the N-word at an award ceremony isn't ideal, but I fear it's an opportunity that a lot of us are missing by directing our anger at the wrong place.
Presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
So, if y'all been watching, if y'all didn't hear that in the back, that dude yelled out ninja right when they was coming out. This guy here, they claimed that he got Tourette syndrome. This actor, I forget his name, but he sat in the crowd and they said, oh, he was yelling stuff all night. But they wait until they get up there, and the guys who was the center guys, they promoting the biggest movie of the night. As soon as they walk up there, he start yelling, ninja, ninja, uncontrollably. All right. And
actually, no, y'all, he said Ninja B.
Yeah, with the hard ER.
Hard ER and hard B on the B word. He was Ninja B. Like
they say, y'all just gotta relax. He just got a little bit of Tourette's. Well, his ass shouldn't be here. Get him up out of here, man.
Somebody touched on this. This is white privileged due to handicap. If that was a black person, you think they'd allow his black self to be at the Oscars knowing he got Tourette's and he screamed, cracker, honky. You think they'd be like, no, you got to go and have a special viewing room. You can see it, but you got to go over there. But since we had the greatest melanated actors of our time, talking about one of the greatest super black movie, of course they got this ninja up there. It's wicked. No, unacceptable. Put him in his own room. Stop disrespecting our folks, man.
Yeah, and even though that was like a live showing, they can like go back for 10 seconds, because if somebody yelled out something about the small hats or whatever, they definitely would have edited that out.
It actually wasn't live. It was actually recorded 2 hours.
Oh, okay, so that's even worse.
And they edited other stuff out, but left this in.
Right.
You
okay.
see what I'm saying?
Right. And see, here's the thing, like that's a reactive condition, a medical type condition. That is not something that makes you a racist person. Okay. So they can't just go ahead and say, oh, it's okay because he has that condition. No, it's not okay. And just like, Jordan Neely, he was unalived or whatever, and he had a medical condition like that, but they still he still was deleted or whatever with the same thing. So this is my thing. It's all excuses. It sounds just like the the governor that we were just reviewing. Everything gets excused and everything is, oh, don't react to it. No, this stuff is not okay, because if it was with you guys, then you guys would do something about it. And it's okay for us to speak up and say this is not okay. They're just mad because Sinners was one of the #1 movies and is getting all the accolades, as it should. And they're hating about that because that was a foundational Black American scripted movie. So,
well, I'll say, look at Del Rey Lindo's face. He reacted, but Michael B. Jordan never flinched. He didn't react at all. He kept it cool. I mean, Del Rey, he didn't really say anything, but his face, as you can see, was like, what the hell?
I love Del Rey, man. Del Rey, I think he all our grandpop at this point. Shout out to the brother, playing the dad in Crooklyn. Man, he got an interview he on this show, like Larry King Live or something. And when the dude says something like, hey, why can't we say the N-word? He said, say it. He said, go ahead and say it right now. As a matter of fact, I said with you. Ready? And he sit there and he antagonizing the white man, because white man said, why can't we say? He said, go ahead and say it. You can say whatever you want to say. I love that brother, man. He with the smoke.
Yeah, and this just goes to show, when we're just minding our own business, celebrating, a great movie and accomplishment, look at all the janky stuff that goes on around when we're just trying to celebrate and just trying to be a part. We're not name calling or anything. It's other people that come at us. And then when we react the way that we do, then everybody wants to cry foul. So this is just one prime example of that.
Yes.
Appreciate you, brother Square Biz. Says they edited out Free Palestine. Yeah, see that? Yeah, that's too close to the X-Files. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a lot with that. I'm gonna let this keep playing, actually. Yeah, it's a lot. It's crazy.
Appreciate you, OG Richai. Says that guy shouting that slur is no different than what Gavin Newsom said. These mother suckers and the mayor did not give him any pushback. What they gonna do?
I mean, yeah, at that moment, when they hearing that, like you said, I guess they know this guy. I guess this guy is an actor, and he was there. There's some movie that's out that he's playing some Tourette guy in the movie, and it's up for some type of award. So I don't know if everybody knows this guy and they trying to show grace or what.
Yeah, I thought he looked like an actor. Yeah, I thought so. He looked like, yeah.
But yeah, like I said, unacceptable though. No.
Yep.
Yeah, at all.
Yep,
Yeah,
unacceptable, just like you said, Gav.
Huh.
Appreciate you, Everson Clark. Says, no, Drewski opened the door for this to be acceptable. No. We talked about this. Absolutely not.
This ain't a skit. That was he's speaking from the heart. That was like, hell.
And calling white folks any kind of slur, it ain't can't even get it out. The meaning behind them ain't even really insulting, like well hunky is. but yeah, no, absolutely not, man.
There you go. So yeah, this is just wild. I'm gonna take it back a second.
Presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
Because even if you wanted to argue that when John Davidson's Tourette syndrome led him to shout the N-word at Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo when they were presenting an award was part of some underlying subconscious racism, then we are talking about racism as a systemic and institutional problem that affects people's subconscious. And so if we're looking for clear evidence of institutional racism at the BAFTAs that night, there are a lot worse guilty parties than the guy with Tourette syndrome. For example, the host's immediate reaction was not to apologize to the two black men who were racially...
Well, and I'll say, yeah, this guy here, he ain't even from here. It's a whole tether. Nonetheless, and this award show was over in the UK. So the AFTA, wherever the hell it's called. This wasn't like the Global Globes or some ish. This was something that was some UK-based award show. It was their version of the Grammys or whatever, or whatever the actors do. And that's where it happened at. So
I think everybody clout chasing. Everybody trying to go viral. How are you an esteemed actor at an award ceremony playing? We got that context now, right? He's playing a character with Tourette's. He don't have Tourette's, or maybe he do, and he playing a character with Tourette's. I don't, but he's playing a character with Tourette's.
Yeah, both. So he really has it, and the movie was about it.
But never the freaking less. No, it's just no. No.
Yeah, it's totally unacceptable. And that would maybe explain the reason why I think he's from the UK and is speaking on it. So, again, it's other people just kind of speaking on our behalf. At the end of the day, none of that was okay. He needs to be checked, just like everyone else who says these egregious things about us needs to be checked, period. So
abused on stage. It was to thank the audience for their understanding, prioritizing respectability politics over the actual impact of racism. As my American sister and mutual Shirley pointed out, the fact that the intent may not have been racist doesn't mean we should ignore the fact that the impact on those two men was clearly racist. Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were there as part of The Sinner's Entourage, a film specifically highlighting the fight against racism. And while they're on stage at a prestigious award ceremony, somebody shouts the N-word at them. The fact that the guy with Tourette's didn't mean any harm by it doesn't change the fact that those two men were racially abused on stage while trying to do their job at an important moment in their careers. So the host's response was a failure of basic human decency and part of the institutional racism I was talking about. But it goes beyond the host, because the BBC allowed the N-word to be broadcast completely unedited, but when director Akintola Davies Jr. included within his speech the need to stand up for persecuted minorities and the words Free Palestine, they cut that. And I want you to hear my point, because this isn't like when the BBC allowed one of their journalists to say the N-word on a broadcast a few years ago and refused to apologize for weeks. Because I'm not saying they should have cut the N-word from the broadcast, because otherwise that would be kind of covering up what went wrong. I'm saying that allowing the N-word to be broadcast unedited means that when they cut the words Free Palestine, it wasn't about a desire to not cause offense. It was just political censorship. Because this is what Akintola Davies Jr. actually said.
To the economic migrant, the conflict migrant, those under occupation and those experiencing genocide, you matter, your stories matter. For Nigeria, for London, the Congo, Sudan, Free Palestine, thank you.
And this is what they broadcast.
Writing this beautiful story, thank you.
So it is the policy of the BBC to allow verbal attacks against certain races on their broadcasts, but if you verbally oppose attacking certain races, like wiping out Palestinians, then they'll censor that. So this saga gave us all the evidence we need of the kind of institutional racism that we should all be fighting.
Okay, this brother ain't so bad. All right, you see that? You done earned your way back into our good favor until you do some goofy-ish, Ninja. You on probation. But I'll say this. Listen, it's not okay. It's really not. I don't care where you at. Nah.
Absolutely not. Shout out to my barber brother Brooks. Is that not telling? They censored out that whole speech that brother gave, talking about persecution, minorities being prosecuted, the whole Palestine situation, which is absolutely wicked. They cut all that out. He didn't curse. He didn't use any offensive language, but they cut it out. Why? Because what he said offended the folks with power and wealth. But to call a black person the N-word ain't no daggone insult. It's welcomed. As you see, they cut out a whole speech. They edit out a whole speech. But the N-word, leave that in. And matter of fact, turn the volume up when he say it.
Well, I'll say the title of tonight's show, ownership over participation. The ownership is power. And like you say, you got the power, you make the rules. What you got, Evan?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, like this is the same song and dance. We've been going through these types of experiences time and time again. This is not the first time something like this has happened, and it probably won't be the last, just based on, you know, our country and what they think of us. It is what it is. But that guy should definitely be held accountable. And I don't know if there have been any apologies from the guy. Is he even coming out with a statement saying that he's sorry? Like, what is being done to kind of rectify this?
Yeah, they ain't trying to put another mic in his face. He gonna double down. Ninjas, I'm sorry, you ninjas. You don't know. They don't know what he gonna do.
Well, who is his handler then? Somebody has to come up and say something on his behalf, because he is out of pocket, and you cannot blame the medical condition for this type of behavior. I'm sorry, that does not make you a racist person. That's something that was taught to him. And
come on, there you go. That's what I'm saying. Here's the thing. Like, I'm gonna look up what Tourette's is, and, you know, salute to anybody dealing with any type of disability. Salute to the human experience. However, is Tourette's like intrusive thoughts? Can you
brain? It's something with the brain. I think they're gonna get into it. I'm gonna let this play. They might say something about it.
Okay.
Right from the BAFTA's host to the BBC executives. Or we can point the finger at a guy with Tourette syndrome. Up to us. Anyway, well done to director Ryan Coogler, who won Best Original Screenplay for Sinners, and Wunmi Mosaku, who won Best Supporting Actress, again for Sinners.
Good evening. Delroy and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
We're here to celebrate the artists who expand what's possible on screen.
We need to talk about what happened at the BAFTAs last night. Not carefully, not with the careful language that's been used to protect white feelings. We need to talk about it honestly. Tourette syndrome activist John Davidson, who was the subject of a nominated documentary, had multiple involuntary outbursts during the ceremony, and one of them was the N-word, shouted while Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo, two black actors, were on stage presenting an award. The BBC broadcast this on a 2-hour delay. They had time to edit. They chose to edit out Free Palestine from another speech, but they left in the racial slur. Now, let me be clear about what I'm saying, because I know this gets twisted. The fact that it was involuntary due to Tourette's does not change what was said or who was harmed by it. The impact on Michael B. Jordan, Delroy Lindo, and every black person watching doesn't become less real because the source was neurological rather than intentional malice. What I'm seeing in some of the coverage is this careful dance around language, calling it strong language or offensive language, or focusing on the "if you were offended" framing of the apology. That's the accommodation going in the wrong direction. Accommodating white discomfort rather than the people actually harmed. The disability community, myself included, often talk about how our conditions are not excuses for harm.
That part. So he can be disabled and still be a full-fledged racist, period. He did not just spit that word out by osmosis. He learned it, and it was part of his vocabulary. So, the hell.
And that's what I'm looking into. You know, we ain't nobody's doctors, but I'm trying to see. Google, does Tourette's cause people to use offensive language they typically would not use? And AI is saying that it's not giving me an answer, because that's like, I don't like, I hear the rainbow colored girl, like, you know, no matter what the cause was, it's offensive. It is. I want to get to the nitty gritty though. Like you said, he had to learn these words. And do we know enough about Tourette's to where you can say something that is not a part of your normal everyday vocabulary? I didn't never know that to be the thing. You know, can an American person with Tourette's start speaking, you know, Chinese? Like, I don't think so.
No, they gonna pretty much say what they feeling. Like if a woman walked past, they would call them the C word with an aunt on the end of it. They might say that, just blurt it out. And it's like, that's what triggered him, a woman. You see what I'm saying? That's what he thinks of her.
Yep, that's my thoughts. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's like a neurological like reactor, you know, with the brain or whatever. So it doesn't have anything. You can have outbursts and say what you're feeling or thinking at that time, and it is what it is. So like Gavin, and like you said, Mr. Walker, that's something that was learned to him, and it doesn't make it right. So shout out to her for coming up and saying something, but this goes to show like what we talk about like white people trying to make themselves feel better about the things. That's why they're trying to take slavery and stuff out of the books at school. They're trying to take all that away because they feel bad about what is going on. by just trying to dismiss it. No, you guys need to acknowledge that this stuff is still going on and acknowledge the past, and so that we can move forward. But if you keep sweeping it under the rug and acting like it's not there, and even if you guys take a look at even Michael B. Jordan and the other guy's reaction, we're so used to this. We're like numb to it. You see how they just continue to go on with everything because it's been happening to us for decades and decades and decades. And it is most unfortunate, but we deserve apologies too. We don't go up here and say racial slurs about anybody, because if we did, then it would be a big deal. But look how, when it happens to us, look how
Delroy and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
We're here to celebrate the.
Yeah, he just kept it going. So, and he waited till there was a pause. You know, they stopped. And like you said, saying what's coming to his brain. The problem is they have no impulse control. So he'll say it what he's thinking.
Yes.
That's part of it. So that goes hand in hand. Like, I'm thinking it, and most people ain't supposed to say what you're thinking, but they don't have that control because of whatever the brain condition is.
There you go. So understood that you can't help the outbursts. Respect that. But why work wasn't the outburst? Congratulations. Awesome work. Amazing. Record breaking. Why the N-word? And here we go. It's a misconception about the cursing. It says, unlike TV portrayals, most people with Tourette's do not curse, as it is a rare symptom. So not only is cursing a rare symptom, but I'm sorry, I guess the N-word ain't cursing. It's just the N-word.
There was a movie back in the day, like an Adam Sandler movie or something. The woman had Tourette's. She would always say dirty thing, wild stuff, cussing. And
something about Mary?
Something. And it's always portrayed like that when these women, you know, or anything, try to see somebody with Tourette's, or on South Park or one of these shows, it's always something wild.
See, I seen, my wife and I was watching like A&E or some Discovery Channel show way back, and I think it was called like Living with Tourette's. And, you know, we got an ongoing joke, you know, where the young girl was getting her hair done by her mom, and she's like, "You're being careless. You're being careless. There's bumps in my hair." And you know, the ongoing joke. But Deuce Bigelow, there you go, Mel Gigolo. But like I said, though, what she was saying pertained to the situation. You're being careless. You're being careless. It's an outburst, disrespectful. But she didn't sit there and call her mom the B word or the C word. You know, like, knew better. As mad as she was. So I'm saying all that to say the N-word, there's zero excuse. Why was that in your mind, white man?
Well, I think it was said because he saw two black men up there and receiving, you know, receiving or accepting the speech or whatever. And that is the first thing that came to mind, you know, regardless of how it got into his thoughts or whatever. Obviously, his thoughts are not our thoughts, but that was his thought at that time. And it is what it is. It does not make it right. And he still needs to be checked, Tourette's or not.
Conditions are not excuses for harm. And this is exactly that scenario. John Davidson's Tourette's explains why it happened, but it doesn't erase the fact that it happened, and it certainly doesn't mean that black people should just absorb that harm without acknowledgement or accountability from the institution that broadcast it. But here's what makes this bigger than just one moment. This is a pattern. The disability rights movement in both the US and UK, and even here in Canada, has a documented history of centering white, middle-class disabled people while treating black and indigenous people, disabled people, as an afterthought or a complication. In the 1970s, when activists were building the independent living movement, they explicitly worried that addressing racial justice would divide the disability community. They chose unity through silence on race. That wasn't unity, that was white comfort. Brad Lomax, a Black Panther who used a wheelchair, had to literally bring the Black Panthers to the 504 sit-ins to make sure that black disabled people were not erased from their own movement. Johnny Lacey, who helped fund the Berkeley Center for Independent Living, spoke her whole life about being excluded from her community because of her disability, and from the disability community because she was black. And we're still doing it. White disabled activists are right now centering John Davidson's dignity over the black people who had to stand on that stage and perform professionalism while a slur was shouted at them.
There you go. Because some people think we are still 3/5 human. So they like John Davis is that's a whole human. That's 2 3/5 ninjas. So, and a disabled person trumps blackness. That wheelchair gonna trump your melanin skin every day of the week. So it's unfortunate.
Okay, yeah, I was confused. I thought she was starting to intertwine black folks' plight with some other group because I'm a bit triggered by the messenger here. We don't need everybody representing us, seriously. Like this, she don't help our cause. I ain't gonna hold you. Might as well be Bone Quisha up here, real rap. I ain't trying to hear nothing she got to say, but okay, I guess
she's trying to say, like you said, these groups that protect, disabled people, they're like, we don't give a damn what he said. We are simply here to protect him. He can do no wrong,
But we don't get that same treatment.
Yeah, and I don't think that it was by design that it's Black History Month that something like this happened. I think that plays a part into it too, because it is still technically Black History Month. So, I mean, at the end of the day, they can't blame it on his disability. And it goes back to, white people can do no wrong regardless of whatever. And, because if it was one of us with the Tourette's and said something, then that person would be held accounted for, because it doesn't matter what disability we have. We're always punished for things regardless of any mental condition. So.
And they went on to say, like you say, they don't even, whatever group, the disabled group, they don't believe in civil rights and fighting for black people, because y'all gonna interrupt their rights. All right. They ain't fighting for you. They ain't worry about your civil rights. They worry about, the handicap or whatever.
Fair, granted, we need to take that same approach. Everybody ain't invited. Okay, fine, I get that. I can understand how, physically and or mentally handicapped people say, no, you an able-bodied person. Get out my face. I feel you. I can identify with your struggle. Salute and God bless.
You are able-bodied black. Yeah, we don't know how they feel about all able bodies. Let's be clear.
That's how why you able-bodied black.
But see, the connection with the racial things and all that has nothing to do with your medical condition. That is a behavior that you just displayed, and that has, and it is what it is. So we fought for civil rights for all people. And so that's another reason why it should be acknowledged. So he needs to be held accountable in some way, him or a handler. Somebody needs to come up and say something and to right this wrong, because it was 100% wrong.
They're more worried about Davidson feeling embarrassed than about Lindo and Jordan having to absorb that harm in real time on live television in front of millions. The BBC had choices. They had a 2-hour delay. They choose to protect political sensibilities, but not black dignity. They chose to edit out solidarity with Palestinians, but broadcast a slur against black people. That's not an oversight, that's a hierarchy. Accommodation is not a free pass to cause harm. Solidarity that only flows one way isn't solidarity. And if your disability advocacy requires black people to be acceptable collateral damage, you're not advocating for disability rights. You're advocating for white disabled rights. We need to be able to hold both things, that John Davidson deserved accommodation and dignity for his condition, and that the BBC had a responsibility to prevent that accommodation from coming at the expense of black viewers and presenters. Both things, not one or the other. The apology was, if you were offended, not, we failed to protect black.
This woman, wild. Like, she's so down bad. Like, it's hard to listen. Her mouth starting to distract me. Like, I'm ready to open up a damn can. I'll tell my wife, hand me a can. We got a human can opener just spinning around,
That's what got me. I said, I hear, but you don't represent us, man. No, you don't. Now, and she kind of said what I said, make accommodations for God's special baby. Put him in his own viewing room where nobody can hear his slurs. There you go. You hear, you get your award, but the brothers ain't gonna hear you when you pop out the N-word. There you go. But that didn't happen. And also, like she is pointing out with her wild mouth self, that they didn't even edit it out with a 2-hour delay. That means there are people being paid to make sure nothing offensive comes across that's going to hurt their relationships with promoters and sponsors. So that whole Palestine thing, absolutely not. You're going to offend folks. The N-word, saying the N-word and offending black people does not hurt your chances with sponsors or anything. That's telling. Because they say, go ahead, say that. Put that, turn the volume up when he said the N-word, actually.
Well, that lets you know, Ebony, that worldwide that there's some level of collusion, right? And, they all in on it. So, yeah, when it comes to Black American FBA ninjas.
Right. I mean, we're living in a system of global white supremacy. It's not just in America, it's all around the world, and it is what it is. And I want to be sensitive here because I think she said that she is a part of that same community. And I was rocking with her up until that point where she said that when she said that he should be excused for the disability, but that BBC should have cut it out. That's not excusing the behavior. Just deleting it and acting like it didn't happen doesn't excuse what he said, because he can say it somewhere again. So with all due respect, with her tic-tac looking teeth and she's wrapped up in her Snuggie, we absolutely don't want you speaking on our behalf whatsoever, because you're not making the problem any better by just saying delete it. No, figure out why he said it in the first place and make it right.
That dang on Snuggie smell like Labrador Retriever, dander, and ketchup.
People from harm. And that tells you exactly whose feelings were prioritized. This isn't just about the BAFTAs. This is about whose humanity gets centered in every movement, including ours. And if we can't get this right, then we don't get to call it justice.
The BBC has apologised after a racial slur was shouted during the BAFTAs. Sinners actors Delroy Lindo and Michael B. Jordan were presenting an award when offensive racial language was shouted by an audience member. During the broadcast, presenter Alan Cumming issued an apology and explained it was due to someone with Tourette's syndrome. It's a neurological condition that causes someone to make sudden, repetitive sounds and movements out of their control, known as tics. More than 300,000 children and adults live with it in the UK, and there is no cure, only treatments to help manage the condition. Some argue it isn't fair to edit someone's disability, and the incident should be used as an opportunity to learn more about Tourette's. One of the nominated films, I Swear, explores the issue, telling the story of Scottish Tourette's campaigner John Davidson, who has an MBE for his efforts to get more people to understand the condition. Robert Aramayo, who stars in the film, went on to win Best Actor for his performance after bagging the EE Rising Star Award. The BBC has said the language used was not intentional, and it apologises for any offence caused. For more information about the condition, head to charity Tourette's Action.
John Davidson is the most remarkable man I've ever met, and he's so forthcoming with education, that he believes there's still so much more that we need to learn about Tourette's. And tonight, especially, I just want to say that for people living with Tourette's, it's us around them that help define what their experience is. So, to quote the film, they need support and understanding. Thank you so much for this. It means the world to me.
You may have heard some strong and offensive language tonight. If you've seen the film I Swear, you will know that film is about the experience of a person with Tourette's syndrome. Tourette's syndrome is a disability, and the tics you've heard tonight are involuntary, which means the person who has Tourette's syndrome has no control over their language. We apologise if you were offended.
False. We apologize. They send the zesty guy up there. So the movie is called I Swear, I Cuss, about a Tourette's guy who walk around cussing uncontrollably. So the movie is about him, but this guy here played him in the movie. So it's a movie about this guy, but, other people played him in the movie. It's called I Swear. And they say, in the UK, I guess it's a real thing. Over 300,000 people got Tourette's. So it must be something bad over there. I'm not sure if that's worse than any other place. That seemed like a lot of people.
It do. And I'm going to look that up. But here's the thing. Where we apologize if you heard any offense. Ain't no if. You see what I mean? First, apologies are weak. Say you sorry. Show some sorrow. And the if, take that out. Why won't you come up there and say, hey, we want to draw attention to Tourette's at the very same time, then get into racial prejudice and injustice? Because your Tourette's got bought into the room. Like, spend some time and talk about it. See, don't just glaze over it. Sorry if you heard something, we want to really, put a lot of attention on this Tourette's thing. That's cool. But like the wonky, funky hippie sister was saying in the Snuggie, at the cost to us, absolutely not.
Yeah, so now they're portraying him as the victim, and now we need to learn about Tourette's. Forget how we feel about the racial slur. We should learn about Tourette's so that we can understand why he said what he said. Not that it was a problem. Like Mr. Walker said, there should have been something about why this word is not okay. There should have been some sort of education on that part. There was none of that. It's, oh, he's a victim. Let's be more compassionate to him. No, what about what he said and why it's not okay? So
Man.
there was a disconnect there. I think this is all fake and they're just trying to cover it up. This is not a real apology.
It's too easy, Sister Ebony, for them. They could have came up there and virtue signal to the moon. So, we heard a racial slur today, but let's be aware we are here honoring, two black men whose ancestors who that racial slur was used against them. They could have pandered to the moon and showed some fake ass sympathy, but they just did not. They literally did not give a daggone. They said, "Oh well, cover your ears next time."
Wow.
We appreciate you, Miss DC4L, always coming through. One of our day ones says, not downplaying Tourette's, but an apology, a sorry, should have been issued immediately out of respect. They aired it while editing other parts. Instead, they are letting neurologists defend the behavior in being uncontrollable. Saying stuff, okay, but what you say is in you. That's in you. It can't come out of you if it ain't in you. Ain't nobody sitting there and never said the N-word in their life, but they Tourette's made them say it right here. No.
Yeah, it don't work like that. So, like you say, shout out to Mrs. DC4L. We got sympathy for the Tourette's community, but that ain't gonna stop us from putting this ninja in the pit.
There you go. The pit. Scream that.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Get this person off the screen.
Wow, brother. So here we go. We're going to keep it moving. All right, we got one last topic before we get out of here. We got some T-Money madness we need to talk about. All right, first, this part. This part first is just wild. Here we go.
Something that got a lot of attention this week. Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it.
Listen, Trump out his mind. Trump look bad these days. Is it me? Trump look like he Asian in dog years. Like, man, he looking like Biden them last couple years all of a sudden. Nonetheless, all right, they talk about aliens and whatnot, and I guess Obama spoke on it. Trump said he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. Now, I don't know. I don't know what I believe, but he ain't supposed to be talking about it.
Then shout out to white man's wicked secrets. Like this right in your face. That's classified. Well, what do you think? I don't think. But I know that's classified. I don't know nothing about nothing, but I know that's classified. That's what he said. I don't know. People talk about they believe it. I don't know, but I know it's classified. Don't be talking about. He told you. As soon as he said classified, he let you know. I will lie to you about it. Understand that when white men say it's classified and you want to keep prying, now he gonna start lying to you right to your face, straight up. Shout out to T-Money. Show us the extraterrestrials, man. I want to see them. Send us to Area 51.
Yeah, and one thing Obama could have done when he was president was to show us, all that information, since he wants to speak on it, along with other things he could have done. But yeah, I think Trump has been very busy, hasn't been vacationing, so that orange tan has kind of gone away, and so it's kind of fading into his hair color, and he is looking a little bit janky. But yeah, I mean, we all heard the stories, and we've seen the videos and the recounts of possible evidence or whatever, and it is what it is. But I think this kind of confirms what we already know, that something's out there. We can't be so naive to think it's just us and this whole entire solar system. I mean, as great as we are, I just don't think it's possible.
Listen here, all of a sudden now, more and more sightings are happening of UFOs, and now we got folks talking about aliens and classified information. Don't let this distract y'all from the fact that they released the X-Files and they keep redacting information, videos, and footage. Don't let this distract y'all. Listen here, we got babies we got to save. They talking about some damn aliens. If the aliens here, tell them what's up. Let's play spades. They invited to the cookout. Come on, aliens.
He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to. So if you want to make an announcement,
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegal aliens.
Yeah, illegal. Only illegals.
To the President of the United States. So, a couple questions here. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground. Obama need to go sit down.
Hell!
He doing these damn podcasts, like Trump up there insinuating, like putting charges on him for something goofy. You don't know what. There's too many laws and rules in the book. You don't know what you may have. He said he gave up some classified information. Now I may save him, and I may declassify it, but he wasn't supposed to say that. And I don't know. We don't know how this works.
Declassifying it. Where Raquel Rosewood needed? Don't she work at the Pentagon? Like, come on, man. Like, if it's classified, why would something that's not true be classified? You just classifying a lie. A fable is classified. And again, I think they all in cahoots. All of these presidents, ex-presidents. Why y'all want to start talking about aliens now? Stop. Where them X-Files at? Who get locked up as men and women, God-fearing adults? We're supposed to protect our children. Files have come out about gross mistreatment and abuse of children. What about them? Unclassify that ish.
Facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens? Is there a person that you most want to meet that you haven't met?
Who all agree that Donald Trump is a bad president?
Stop here.
He's not a bad president. Do you feel like he's a bad president?
I don't like him.
Don't.
What?
I'm a Donald Trump supporter.
No. So that was Bro Rilla doing the 20 verse 1. That was Bro Rilla said she a T Money supporter. She kicking women out if you ain't down with T Money. It's the world coming to an end. It gotta be.
Listen, that came from your soul. How did we get here with Bro Rilla doing this? But like you said, Bro Rilla, you ain't no Trump supporter. This clout chasing is making my stomach hurt. Bro Rilla, you ain't no Trump supporter. Like, stop. Shouldn't no black person say they're a Trump supporter? I mean, ain't gonna hold you. Like, even if you don't freaking say that, stop. It sounds very MAGA-ish. But Trump don't like you, Bro Rilla. You are impoverished poor. You are an impoverished black wearing a Johnny Blaze jean outfit. He ain't thinking about you.
Yeah, I would just say, family, just stay focused. Like y'all said, this is just something else to be talking about. We have bigger fish to fry. even if the aliens are here, they're going to make sure that we're protected from them. So we need to stay focused on our delineation and our reparations. That's what our focus needs to be on. All that alien stuff. Tell them aliens to help us cut the check. That's what they can do.
There you go. We'll break off the aliens some. Yeah, especially if them like some M. Night Shyamalan aliens. Yeah, we'll break y'all off.
One thing I like about him, he keeps it real just like Grandma. I appreciate that because I can trust him because he tells exactly how he feels and what he thinks.
My God.
Thank God for this president.
My God.
I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news hating on me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off of him.
Oh, my God.
And Grandma said it.
Oh, my God.
Bitch, you got me fucked up.
So
execute Order 66.
Yeah, Trump done got the black folks behind him. Granny up here, black grandmother picked to defend Trump during the White House event, Black History Month. Get off this man's back. All right. And he had a bunch of black folks in there. They were shucking and jiving. Trump was in there. I think Trump ate some fried chicken, some watermelon.
Trump is playing chess, diabolical chess. Trump liked to get the leaders. When he got, sworn in, who he have up there? The leaders of social media, always leaders. So now he need that black vote. So who did he get? The leader of the gynocracy, Grandma. They ain't got her name. It's just Black Grandma. That's all you need to hear. High-ranking official of the gynocracy, do as she say. Right now, I can only imagine. It's some sister scratching their head. They say, wait a minute. The gynocracy is saying vote for T-Money. People being persuaded. Y'all can say what y'all want.
I mean, although Trump has not come out with a policy that has directly harmed foundational Black Americans, like directly, like Joe Biden and Obama, when, with all the stuff that they did do stuff to harm us with the
well, I'll say this, that we know of yet. Hindsight is 2020.
Right, that we know of yet. But like, for example, with this lady here, it's no tangibles, no vote at this point. Like, we're not going up there and caping. If you're not talking about nothing for our lineage and stuff, people, we don't need to be up here caping for anybody. And that just is what it is. So she kind of looks foolish up here. Somebody come get their auntie or their nana, because she's up here tripping. This ain't
way foolish. Way foolish.
Yeah, because I can trust him because he tells exactly how he feels and what. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off of him. And Grandma said it. Bitch, you got me fucked up. Hard wig to hard wig. What the hell is going on? Like, what in the Django Unchained is happening? What in the Aunt Jemima's unemployment checks are about to run out? That's going on. It's Black History Month. And you're doing this? I understand that your grandson was murdered and that is a tragedy no one should have to endure. But to be shucking and jiving and tap dancing for a racist, fascist, rapist, pedophile? Do you need the money that badly? How much are they paying you?
Let's slow her down. Okay, so I guess Grandma, her son was deleted and maybe some type of gang violence or something. So Trump was there like, I got your back. I don't know what this about. But like you say, Grandma, how much they paying you?
Lots. The bag. Do she need the money that bad? Yes. This is how you get us poor, downtrodden, poor melanated folks. This is how you money. Trump went to her with a bag and gravitas and charm and the secret damn service. Yeah, she went along with the get along. I get it. Left alone, you'll see a man up there. This always come full circle. Who she have to turn to for advice? She didn't have a man to go to say, hey, is this right or wrong? Should I do this? She said, you know what? You coming with a bag? I'm coming with my rhetoric. Leave T Money alone because Gam said so. Yes, you need the money that bad.
Yeah, and you all know what I'm thinking. We need to check her paperwork, check that hairline underneath that wig, and something is amiss. Something is a little bit off, y'all. I don't know. We just need to look into things. That's all. Got to look into things.
Here we go. Shout out to Ebony. Oh, boy.
Sure. It's deposited into your motherfucking checking account. If you need some money, join OnlyFans. Post pictures of your feet with bunions on them. Someone will jerk off to that. Post pictures of your thick ass fucking wrist stirring a pot of collard greens and ham hocks. Don't do this shit. This is so ignorant, so dangerous, so embarrassing. Y'all out here chanting 4 more years. 4 more years, bitch. I can't take 4 more minutes. 4 more years of what? To be living upside down? What has he done for anybody, let alone black people? Nothing, bitch. Are you serious? For you to be out here, grandma sound like some fucking outtake Tyler Perry dialogue. I don't want to hear nothing about no racism. I love him. Grandma said so. Bitch, why are you workshopping your Larry the Cable Guy get her done catchphrase? Grandma said so. Shut up. Seriously. He does not like you. He does not like black people. Do you like you? Do you like black people? Because that is the only way that I can understand you supporting these guys, that you don't like us and you don't like your damn self. This is the worst fucking Black History Month I have ever experienced in my life, bitch. I don't know what's going on, but I know my Sojourner truth is we need to wrap this shit the fuck up, bitch. Wrap Black History Month up. You're done.
Well, listen, we're going to slow all y'all down. Like Ebony Dean said, even this woman here, lift that wig up. Let us see your hairline. Because you giving Amanda Seal vibes. We don't know. We don't believe you. And then, like you said, Grandma, you too. Everybody to the Black Card office.
Yeah, we need to check y'all. Shout out to Ebony Dean, FBA representative. You're going to get it. You got to go through a test. Very simple test and a hairline measurement before you come up here giving your 2 cents about our struggle. That go right. Shout out to the FBA tether tester.
I mean, seriously. But nonetheless, shout out to the folks. There will be casualties. Everybody ain't coming on this ride with us. So grandma and them, whatever, y'all chose that side. Stay over there. Don't come back when it all falls down.
And it will. Shout out to Mother Moses, Harriet Tubman. We had, that's one story we done heard. Harriet Tubman sat there in front of folks she was looking to save and take on the Underground Railroad. And she said, if you ain't coming, if you don't want to come and you want to go back to Massa, step forward and you can go. And everybody stepped forward, caught lead. So everybody can't go, even when things were more dire, when we had to run to the great dismal swamp for some in search of freedom. Even then, some folks weren't even down for the get down. Ain't nothing changed now, folks. Way, way more comfortable today. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of casualties, a lot of traitors, a lot of folks that can't come along with us.
Yes. So what's your final thoughts on this, Ed?
Tonight was wild, and I think this was a great show to end, for Black History Month. We're still going to be talking about our topics and everything, but it was very refreshing to see the great stories that you guys showed with the grocery store and Mike Epps' boxing gym. That's the direction that we want to go, and we just want to do what's best for our people, and just keep having the conversations, keep talking about the topics and staying on code, and don't let distractors like Umar and everybody else throw us off. We're on code and on focus more than we have in a very long time, and we just have to stick to it. And yeah, this was another great show, and again, thanks for having me up, and everybody have a good night.
Always, sister. You always add something to it. You always give us some knowledge, give us some in-depth view on certain topics. That's why we call you our Freedom Rant sister. We appreciate you.
Yep.
We appreciate you. Enjoy your night, Sister Ed.
Thank you. You too. Good night, everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
So here we are, folks. We done made it through another night. Yeah, y'all see the thumbnail and the title. We were talking about ownership over participation is the key to success. We got to start owning, and that's where the power lies. The power don't lie in participating in what they got set up for us. Granted, you got to do what you got to do to get to where you need to be, but just understand where the power is.
There you go. You know, I'm always thinking about the future, which causes a fair amount of anxiety, but I think we all should, you know, see where we fit in, you know, to this daggone journey. We talking about getting land ownership. You know, it's a constant thing with me. I'm constantly thinking, you know, my wife and I talk, what's our part? You know, how much of the promised land will we see? You know what I mean? Because I would like to see it all before I go. You know, we all would. We'd like to see the wealth, the land, the great, all of it. That's in my heart. However, let's see what we can do. What can we own? Maybe, I don't want to speak it like it's true, but maybe all of us won't own, you know, multiple acres and be able to do the, you know, reset homestead thing. But what can we do? Do what you can. Shout out to the serenity prayer. God grant me the serenity to change the things I can. Give me the wisdom to accept the things I can. Yeah, I'm sorry. To the knowledge to accept the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We got to know what we can do, what we up against, so we can make the best decisions.
That's it. And like Brother Malcolm said,
they'll let you participate, but not control. Participation keeps you busy. Ownership makes you powerful.
All right. So participation gonna keep us busy. They will invite us to the White House to shuck and jive, but they ain't about to give us no ownership of any land or any power or let us create any laws or anything. It's all optics.
That's it. How much you want to work? Gavin X and I got an old compadre, you know, how much you want to work? Keep you busy. The folks, see, that's the thing, that's a problem. That's a misconception. Just because you are busy don't mean you're making progress. Have we heard of the term running in place? It's in there. You sweating, you moving, you burning calories, but you ain't going nowhere. That's what it's like to me, not having ownership of anything. You participating, but when you close your eyes for the final time and the sun sets on your life, what will you have to pass down? This is how you get to legacy. You know, legacy, land, empires, out of poverty.
That part. So listen, we on this journey. Like Ebony said, we're going to keep having these discussions all year long. Maybe not every week like we've been, and we will be getting back to opening the panels up and whatnot. I see some of y'all came up tonight, but we had a lot to get through. We didn't even get through everything, but we covered enough and we got the point across.
There you go. We seen you. Appreciate you, Baba T. Maybe next time, OG. Like Mr. X said, we're going to keep having these conversations. And all the folks that are part of the Patreon, look out for new exclusive content hitting the Patreon. Gavin X and I are going to be dropping new content, solo content. You know, today I did the first live show, Mr. Walker's Midday Mashup, just talking about some things, having in-depth conversations on, you know, just popular topics and stuff. Good time, man. So if you ain't part of the Patreon right now, it's the best time to join. We're going to be ramping it up on the exclusive content. You don't want to miss it.
That part. So make sure you are joining the Patreon. Today, like Mr. Walker said, pop-up shows coming. Morning time, different times. We're going to give y'all heads up, but you got to be a part of Patreon to get the content and be on the lookout.
There you go. Once again, new exclusive content, not just little video posts. We're going to be doing live videos, other stuff. Going to start ramping up the value in the Patreon. You don't want to miss it. Once again, today's price is not tomorrow's price. You want to join the Patreon today.
That part. Shout out to all the sponsors tonight. Mrs. DC4L in the house. Shout out to, who is this brother here?
Brother Plateau.
Jobert. Jobert?
Yeah, that's what I call it, Plateau. Jobert.
Shout out to Baba T, come through as well. Shout out to Uncle Caesar.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Rachad Media. He been coming through all night. Shout out to Black Unity. Brother Ray became a member. Shout out to Nais. Sister Anna popped up on us tonight. Frederick Howard. Who else we got here? A ton of y'all. Sister Olawal, shout out to Indigenous Stallion.
Yeah! Boom shakalaka!
And last but not least, our Haitian brother in the house.
Yeah! Boom shakalaka!
God bless Haiti. Love it. Let's see. We appreciate all y'all coming through, rocking with us, supporting your channel, supporting your interests, supporting your beautiful Black media. Please continue to do so. Hitting that super chat, hitting that cash up as y'all do. We cannot thank you guys enough. And big shout out to everybody gifting those memberships. The memberships are worth more than ever now. More of our content is becoming members only. You want to make sure you are joining the SBC Cart Before the Horse Truth Over Lies family. Join that Patreon, join that membership. You won't regret it.
That part. So shout out to all y'all tonight. Brother Project Leroy, like we said, Uncle Caesar. Shout out to Hustler's Philosopher. Hopefully we can get you up here, brother, to cook. All right, we know you got a lot of information to get to everybody, so we're here for it.
We love it. Shout out to Cart Before the Horse Nation and all that it entails, man. Shout out to the infield journalists, the passionate freedom riders. Y'all too dope, man.
So we'll be back up here Thursday for Single by Choices. And like Mr. Walk said, be on the lookout for the exclusive Patreon-only live streams. And we will be uploading more pre-recorded. Like I said, maybe solo, us together. There's much more content coming.
There you go. Might be new, fresh Patreon content as soon as tomorrow. Don't hesitate to join today, you Jab Chickens.
So until then, I am Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Production.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now, viral online. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering. We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men. Not bury boys. Not bury boys.